Not every bike is worth doing a pile of footage on. Now, our 1993 CR250 Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike, happened to be one of those bikes that was worth it. So hopefully you guys like what we've done. We've taken all the footage, compiled it into one long video. It's pretty long, guys, but it's one of those videos you can just put on in your shop, let it go, and you can watch from start to finish. Hopefully you guys like it. Let's take a look. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't even know where to start when I look at this bike. We recently just picked up this 1993 CR250, and it needs a lot of work. So we're gonna give you guys an overlook as to what to look for when buying a used bike. So whenever I personally go and buy bikes that have seen better days, that's the bikes I buy, let's face it. Like, nobody's selling a brand new bike for a good deal. They just don't. That everybody knows. They love their bikes. And the guy who owned this one, he loved it too, probably. But let's face it, every bike I buy needs parts. It needs brakes, tires, chain and sprockets, clutch cables, clutch lever, brake lever, grips, probably handlebars. But anyway, I go through this list and I say to myself, okay, every time I buy a bike, I at least spend $2,000 to $2,500 on parts. That's not labor, that's just parts. Tire tubes, tires, stuff like that. So if you pay $2,000 for a bike and you put $2,000 worth of parts in the bike, is the bike worth $4,000? If it's not, don't buy that bike. So on first approach, when you first see this bike, you can clearly see there's a lot going on. We've got a broken back fender. The seat is in horrible condition, not just the cover, but the seat itself, the foam, and it is saturated with water when I put my hand in there. First thing I'm gonna do is see what is going on here. Well, this bike's been out in the rain, or when the guy washed it maybe, but it is heavy. You can feel that it's soaked. You can see the plastics have definitely seen better days. When I start seeing this, when they're not touching the tanks, I start wondering, I take a quick look. Obviously we're at somebody's house, don't rush. But you want to check and see, are these stripped? Because these gas tanks are hard to replace. Okay, they're expensive. You can buy aftermarket ones. This one's obviously been painted. You can see the primer underneath and the bubbles in the paint. We want to look at the radiators, see how bad they're bent. Like, obviously we have videos showing you how to straighten radiators and we can fix it. But we want to see, is there any coolant in the bike? Let's take a look. Right? And she's pretty much bone dry because it probably leaks. This whole system probably leaks. And if you're looking at a specific dirt bike, look at what they were supposed to look like stock. Google that. You can find pictures. Because a 93 didn't have a black frame. And then if you're looking at a 93, when you get to the guy's house, don't be afraid to check the VIN. You can search all that up, and the 10th letter or digit in the VIN will tell you the actual year. Because a guy might tell you it's a 93 or a 92 or whatever. They look very similar. And it might not be. This is actually a 93 frame. Another big thing we're gonna look at, guys, is the bolts. You see this bolt? That is not a factory bolt. Neither is this. They didn't come with Allen head screws. And you look here, look at this one, right? I can pull it out. So that's telling me it's either not long enough or somebody stripped the case. And there's silicone. Somebody's put a pile of silicone on this poor bolt to get it to hold because they stripped the case. That's no good. So besides bolts, which pretty much every bolt on this bike is not the actual bolt that came with the bike, you want to start looking at right away the kickstart. So I can see on this bike, and I'll show you guys, but this kickstart is worn out. It is just, it's got play in the actual shaft. It's so worn out. But that's junk. You ride this bike, it's just gonna rattle. The kickstart's been so worn out for so long, it's actually worn a groove in the pipe. And that's no good. So now we're wondering what kind of condition the pipe's in. Now it's an aftermarket pipe, it's got a small dent. We're able to fix the dent. But that's almost impossible to fix. We'll try and buff it out. But just so you know, guys, look for stuff like that. That's a bike that's not been taken care of. This bike cycles over, right? We can move the piston. It's got pretty good compression. just like some of my other bikes with the same style motor. When we're taking a good look at these bikes, guys, we want to check before, even if the bike runs, check and see if all the spokes are there. I've bought a lot of bikes that are missing complete spokes. We're gonna check the rim. We're gonna check here. We're gonna just hold our finger and spin the rim around. This one's got a real bad flat spot right here. You can see this is hit. Its rim is bent. Now, I'm gonna be able to straighten this rim, and we're gonna get these rims redone, but these rims look like hell. They are beat up. But just something to keep in mind, guys. We're lucky on this one. The spokes feel all tight and good. And because we looked previously at photos of the bike and how a 93 is supposed to be, because maybe we didn't know, we're gonna look here. And there's not supposed to be a bolt hole in this airbox. The 95 and 96s have longer covers that come down to bolt in at that point, but the 93 didn't. It had these smaller covers. These are the actual right covers for a 93, but at some point this bike had 95 or 96 covers on it, and that's why somebody has put a bolt through the airbox. So something to consider. This airbox is supposed to be white, so somebody has painted it. Somebody really liked their paint with this poor 93. They painted the frame, the airbox, the white on the airbox, the white on the tank. Another big indicator of how hard a bike's been ridden, you start looking at the foot pegs. Now these ones are wore, you see, but like there's no spring, the pivot's gone. It's only a bolt holding it together. So what have they done? Who knows? You know, it's just, these foot pegs are horrible. I don't even know if they're the right foot pegs for the bike. The brake lever, we're gonna take a look at the brake lever. We wanna see how oval shaped the hole is. How much play is there? Well, there's a lot of play. Now there's no spring to return it. Now there's a lot of play. We start wondering if the master cylinder works. So we're gonna test the rear brake. We're gonna push it down and try and turn the wheel. It actually does hold the wheel, surprisingly, but it's just worn out in here. It's something to consider. While we're talking about the rear brake, I want to look at the cable. We can see it's one of these is broken. They are just plastic. You can still get them from Honda, but you want to check and make sure that it doesn't have weird screws because maybe somebody stripped it. These covers, somebody's really been prying on it. I don't know what they thought was in there, but they've been prying on that. I want to check the rear pads. Rear pads on this bike are shot. Any dirt bike I buy, I instantly assume it needs pads. What's nice is we have a metal cover to protect the rear brake on this. Traditionally they're plastic, but as you can see, this cover's broken. Somebody broke it at some point, probably never even noticed. Now also, there's a giant bolt here. I don't know what is going on. I haven't taken anything apart. That's just supposed to be a pin to hold your pads. There shouldn't be a giant bolt head on top of this. That scares me a little bit that the rear caliper might need more than just a little work. Right away, what else we noticed when we're looking at the rear end of the bike? The nut. The axle nut's not on the right side. So somebody put this together backwards. Now, on dirt bikes where I do notice that the nut is on the wrong side, instantly what I'm looking for is the spacers. To see if they put the spacers in wrong, how long did they ride the bike with the tire offset in properly? But this one actually is pretty straight. Now the chain is beat. Obviously this plate is, like, parts are falling off it. We've seen a lot better shaped stuff than this. Next thing we're gonna check right away, even if the bike's on the ground, we're gonna grab the rear tire, and I got my leg tight against this. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hopefully you can. There's a bad knock. Wheel bearings are shot. This bike needs wheel bearings. See, it wiggles this way, and if you grab it this way, you can feel it knock, 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 knock. The wheel bearings are done on this bike. It needs rear wheel bearings. We're gonna take a look at the chain. Obviously, this chain, it's supposed to have 3 fingers of play. Like I should be able to have 3 fingers at the rim is a pretty good rule. The play in this chain is horrible. This chain has been done for years. I can take this chain, if you were to ride this bike like this, that chain can get caught in the rear tire. See that, guys? That chain is so loose, it's gonna rip your tire apart. It's gonna hurt you. Never ride a bike with a chain that you can do this with, ever. This chain's been rode so hard that it actually wore through the guide. You see that? I hope you can. That the chain is actually outside of the guide. I could definitely probably take this chain off just by rolling it around. Yeah, there we go. That's how loose that chain is. We're gonna take a good look at the front and back sprocket. Now, every dirt bike we buy we instantly assume it needs sprockets and chain. Just figure $200 for sprocket and chain instantly. So you can see these hooks on these sprockets. This sprocket is worn out. A rear sprocket, about the same, a little bit better, but it's still worn out. We're gonna take a look at the shifter. We're gonna feel the play here. We're also gonna feel the play in the tip. This shifter has been replaced. A bike with this kind of wear in the foot pegs does not have a shifter that is this tight. This shifter, the original shifter is probably broken. The original 3 shifters have probably broken. We're probably on number 4 or 5 because there's no way possible that a bike like this with this kind of wear and damage has a shifter that decent. So I want to show you guys how to check the linkage. So your linkage, like the bottom of your shock that hooks to your swing arm, what you want to do, lean over the bike, grab a hold of the swing arm and lift up. Hopefully you guys can see that. There's quite a bit of slop in there. So those bearings and bushings that go in there, if they're even in there on this bike, they are worn out. You know, bearings, the linkage bearings, they're $100. You know, if the linkage bearings are gone, I guarantee that the swing arm bearings are gone. So there's another $100. We're already at 500 just with chain sprockets and a couple bearings. Wheel bearings, $20, no big deal. You're gonna do front and rear on this bike, I'm sure. So we're checking bearings. Let's go to the front and take a look at these ones. Take a feel. Gonna do that wobble. Have your buddy who came with you or hold the handlebars yourself. Get your hand up on that handlebar. Feel. These front wheel bearings actually feel pretty good. They might have been replaced. No, there's a knock there. Knock, knock, knock. Wheel bearings are cheap. 20, 30 bucks a set. You can do a wheel for 20 or $30. But it still needs to be done. And if you can't do it yourself, that's a big cost. So we're gonna take a look at the forks. Behind the covers, you can see there's fresh oil here. I can wipe it on my finger and we can see the oil on my finger there. It's just wet. These fork seals have been leaking for a while. There's all sorts of crud stuck on there, but it's gonna need a fork seals at the minimum, but I would imagine the suspension's never been touched. One thing that's notorious on these old bikes is because they've been crashed. I guarantee these bikes have been crashed a few times. Is to check these stoppers. I can feel that there's a crack there. Let me zoom in and show you guys. So I don't know how well this is going to show up on camera, but there's a chunk out of this one on this side, the stopper that stops your handlebar from turning. You want to check the actual other part too, make sure it's not cracked. It's hard to see on these bikes that get painted black and they're covered in filth. So we're checking the other side and the stopper's completely missing, guys. Take a look at that, right? It's snapped clean off. So the triple clamp, the triple tree, the sole steering stem setup is basically garbage. So if you don't have one and you need to buy another one, especially we're gonna have to figure out, I don't wanna try and find another 93 triple clamp for this bike. I'm probably gonna use a more modern bike, but I need to figure out what's gonna fit and what bearings. Like this bike seems to be a lot of work. In 93, they didn't have fat bars, okay? These bars are rolled way forward, but then I know that the triple clamps weren't set up to hold fat bars. So you take a look and see what the guy has done to get them on there. If he shaved the bars down or cut the triple clamp, this is kind of important. We're gonna go ahead and pull off this Renthal pad here and see what he's done. So in this case, we're lucky. The guy hasn't decided to try and die grind the holders. He's actually went and bought the Pro Taper bar kit and bolted them in. But still, they never came with them. So just be careful, guys, when you see stuff like that. You want to feel the clutch. You want to feel the front brakes. See how they work. When you push the bike, don't be afraid to grab the front brakes and see. Ours actually, on this bike, the brakes actually are the only thing that really work really good. They do stop it. You know, the disc actually on this bike looks good. You want to feel the discs of your brakes to feel if they have any big lips or divots. Everything looks pretty good. You could micrometer them, but those ones look pretty good. So when you go to buy a used bike, most of the time the seat's going to be on the bike. You're not going to be pulling the seat off the bike. In this case, in the condition of the bike, I'm assuming it probably doesn't even have an air filter. When I'm looking at the quality of the bike, I just see dirt and paint flakes, it looks like, or I don't even really know, but most likely paint flakes because everything's been painted all over the motor. I look at this fuel line. Fuel line's leaking here. I see the fuel. This isn't even a real fuel line, I don't think, but it has a 90-degree bend in it, so that's not right. This fuel line needs to be more smooth into the carb. All right, guys, that's basically an overview of Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike, and at the same time, hopefully letting you guys know what to look for in a good used dirt bike. Now, would I recommend anybody buy this dirt bike? No, do not. If you show up and the bike looks like this, feels like this, do not take that bike home because you missed 50% of what you were gonna buy. There's stuff I missed, but I didn't care. I didn't spend too much time looking at it. I met the guy on the side of the highway, said, okay, throw it in the truck. Here's your money, let's go. I don't even care if it ran because I wanted to build this bike. I wanted to build a 93. Anyway, guys, like and subscribe to the videos. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think this bike was worth and what you think, you know, if I should have even bought this bike myself. This is a lot of work. But anyway, thanks a lot, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. It's the first day we're gonna start working on Project 93, the worst dirt bike in Canada. We need to give this thing a good wash. Now, we looked it over a bunch. We've ordered parts that we know we need. There's gonna be another pile of parts we don't know we need yet, as well as we're gonna do the top and bottom end on this bike. But the first place to start is trying to get most of the grime and grease off. So we're gonna go ahead and pressure wash the bike. We got a beautiful day today and see how far we get. So all that's in here, guys, is simple green. We're just gonna go ahead and soak down the motor, basically. We'll put some everywhere. We'll see what comes off. But this bike, she needs a lot of special treatment. Half the parts are going in the garbage, so I'm not too worried about cleaning them. I just wanna get the grime off so I can tear it apart easier. All right, so we've got the 93 back inside the shop, up on the stand. And what we're gonna focus on doing here, guys, is getting all this plastic off, getting everything tore apart. What I wanna have done, hopefully by the end of the video, I wanna get this frame off the sandblasting so we can start the process of rebuilding. Now, there was a few things we noticed while we were washing the bike that brought up some big concerns, and I'll show you those along the way. Guys, every bolt on this poor bike is a different size. And most of them aren't metric. That's the scary part. This is not a metric bolt jammed into a metric. We're gonna have to do a lot of work. I don't know how well this is gonna show up, guys. Normally there's spooge. You get black exhaust spooge. But this poor bike has so much silicone jammed in everywhere. It's just a problem. This whole exhaust, I think, was tried to seal up with silicone. Obviously the condition of this bike gives away what to expect, but that's a 2-inch long Red Robinson wood screw, guys, holding this together. Get this air filter off of here. It's pretty bad. I don't even know if it's attached. So guys, I know this air filter is all covered in paint chips, and it's got some foam filter oil on one side, in some spots, but this cage is supposed to go inside. It wasn't inside. This is going in the garbage pile. Now, I don't actually know What is going on here? Looks like there's an old, yeah, it's like an old air filter that ripped. That's not part of the, I don't know, it's just garbage. Old air filter, part of an old air filter ripped and was left in there. The springs look like they're off a screen door. That's not good. I can't get the rear hanger off because it's strapped, so maybe I can get it now. It's like a metric bolt into a standard nut, cross-threaded. Like it's like the worst possible thing. I may have to cut this. So I'm gonna have to pull off the master cylinder, the rear master right now, and get it out of the way so I can try and deal with this situation a little better. I don't know if I can get it past it. We're gonna have to pull the shock out of the way in order to get the exhaust past. Again, guys, the problem with buying, oh man, there's something else I just noticed. Wait till you guys see this. Oh man, this bike is a piece of crap. Will it slip by now? Finally. I don't know how well this is showing on the camera, but you see that? Let's get the shock a little bit more out of the way. Get this up out of the way. There is some sort of wad of silicone on the other side of the kickstart connection over there. So I imagine the case leaks there. I would put money that there's not a drop of oil in this motor. So hopefully you guys are taking bets on to see if there is any oil in this poor bike. We'll see if the drain is stripped. No, the drain is good. That's a good sign. We'll see if anything comes out. I'm betting no. I'm betting there's not a drop of oil in this poor CR, unless the kid poured a bunch in before he brought it to me. Oh, we do have oil. It's white and gray. I'm sitting outside like it's a muddy, thick goo. It's pretty gray. So while we're waiting for the oil to drain, we're gonna go ahead and drain the coolant. I've already broken the bolt free. I don't even think there's any coolant in this bike. Oh, a little drip. There's less than an ounce of coolant. Let's crack this open and see what happens. Yeah, well, we got a good seal on the rad because now it's coming out. Try and get these hoses off. All right, guys, I want you guys to see this. There's a putty all the way from the exhaust port all the way down to the oil drain. So this bike was leaking right on the case seam, but every seam on this bike has silicone. It's like they tried to reuse gaskets. I'm not even really sure. So I didn't notice it when I looked at the bike because it was all covered in spooge. And I didn't even look at the bike. We just bought the bike, threw it in the truck for this worst bike in Canada build. So we were expecting some damage. I don't know if that's case damage underneath that goop or just they couldn't get it to seal. We're gonna find out. But that is horrible. If you see a bike like this, don't buy it. We're gonna get this carb out of the way so we can get a better look at that pile of silicone that's stuck to the motor. See what's going on there. I would imagine there's some sort of crack. We probably won't be able to see much till we clean up the cases. Yeah, you can see the gob of silicone but I don't think we can really fully understand the full extent of it until we get the silicone off. Doesn't feel like any pieces are missing. Maybe I can just weld up the case a little bit. We'll see. It's time to get the motor out of this bike. These old steel frames are a lot easier to get the motor in and out. Oh, I don't like doing this, but that bolt, I don't even know what's in there. We might have to soak that one down, guys. PB blaster, guys, we're gonna soak this whole area because that bolt has probably never been out since '93. It's the actual bearing, like the bushing that's in there is seized on the bolt. It's been in there so long and no grease. There we go. Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike, is definitely tore apart, and we noticed a bunch of stuff going on. Obviously, we took a look at that motor when we got the bike cleaned up and in on the stand, and you can see that JB Weld contraption all the way from the exhaust manifold all the way to the oil drain plug. There is some sort of layer of JB Weld. We're gonna have to get into that, probably die grind it off to get it to see what's going on. There's also that silicone gob behind where the carburetor was. So you can see it, like it's like the kickstart shaft broke the case. And that could be what happened. We haven't dug into it. We're gonna be digging into that, into the motor video. But what we're gonna be focusing on right now is getting that frame off to sandblast, get it blasted to bare metal, so we can then weld any imperfections up before we take it to powder coat. Anyway, if you guys like the content, like and subscribe, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys would do if you've seen that motor. You're cleaning it up, you see the damage, you're like, oh no, what have I got myself into? Let me know what you guys think. If you keep going, if you'd stop, anything like that. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you guys in the next one. All right, guys, in this video, we're diving into this motor to see what's really going on. So the issue is, guys, like obviously there's this gob of silicone, something is broken here, somebody tried to seal a leak. We're gonna find out what it is, but most likely this side, the one case, is gonna be busted. But every gasket on this bike looks like people put silicone on it to like help it seal, and that might be the problem, what's going on with this motor. Besides that giant gob of silicone, you can see somebody has put JB Weld or some sort of putty all the way down the center, and it goes all the way from the exhaust to the oil drain. And I think that I don't know if it's actually damaged or if they just had a bad gasket and decided that I didn't want to pull the motor apart to fix the gasket, because they have silicone on every seam of this dirt bike. Like you can see here, there's the gasket. I don't know if they tried to reuse one, but why is there silicone on every seam. This, you don't need silicone. You shouldn't be using silicone. That's no good. So this motor has to come apart. Now, we're looking inside the cylinder here, and hopefully I can hold this camera steady enough, but it looks like somebody put a brand new piston in this bike. The cylinder walls don't look too bad in the back there, but that piston, it's pretty new. It's still got all the machining lines on it. So that's what makes me think that they just siliconed everything back together, and that's probably what they did on this seam, the same as what they tried to do here, and it probably leaked. So this is gonna be a nightmare to take off. We're gonna have to like die grind that, but it goes all the way under, down there some more. Like pretty much, I don't know, there's no oil in there. There's no oil, so why were you gooping that? We'll see how bad it's beat up once we get it apart. We're just looking down inside. Now there's some moisture. Let's see what you guys can see. Some moisture building up in there. Probably from me washing it and not really caring, knowing that this bike was coming apart. But otherwise, no big scratches or gouges. A little bit of dirt, but we're gonna get the cylinder off and take a better look. I don't see any major dings or anything. We might get really lucky on this one. Come on. There we go. It's almost like nobody put assembly lube or something in it. It feels pretty stuck. Just gonna tap it out gently. Somebody bought a piston kit, but the bearing I think is the wrong size. Let's take a look at the crank, see the play. No up and down play. Huh. Other than having some water down in there, it's pretty good. I bet there's nothing wrong with this bottom end other than this case. That's too bad. So we're bring our piston, our rod up top. We're checking for up and down play. There's like no up and down movement. There's a little side to side movement, but no up and down movement. So that's really good. I think we're gonna get a little bit of a wire wheel and try to remove some of this to see what's going on. So what we're trying to do, guys, is just cut this crap, whatever it is, JB Weld or whatever, out of the way enough that we can get at that gasket so we can split these cases And then we'll take a better look at it when it's all apart, see if we need to replace the cases or if we can salvage these ones. The gasket that holds this on is all of $2. And he must have used $10 worth of silicone or gasket maker to create that gasket that only costs $2. Don't do that, guys. Don't spend more money on the fake gasket than you would just buying the gasket. It is so glued on. I can't get the cover off. It's just glued on. There. For the love of God. Well, at least it has a clutch. The basket's in actually pretty good shape, though. Well, somebody took their time and did some of the inside stuff right. I don't know if those are the right bolts, though. But then, you know, they didn't, they just beat the hell out of the case. So we're gonna pull the flywheel out so we can get the stator off. We've got a DirtBikeRepair flywheel puller kit. You don't need to buy the whole kit, but you do need to buy a puller to help you pull that. So how they work, guys, is that there's threads on the puller itself, and it threads into the flywheel. And then when you crank this down, it pulls the flywheel off. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just. So it's really important, guys, to not lose the little keyway. So that little keyway needs to be not lost. You're gonna need that to hold it back all together. Some things are not the same as they were. We'll go ahead and pull the water pump cover off. So if you guys have seen my videos, the other ones, we make little templates for our bolts on covers because those bolts are gonna have different lengths. And it's important that they stay in the proper spot. Now, because this bike is so out of whack, let's say, with the way the bolts are and silicone and stuff like that, what you can do is go to a website like Partzilla, and they'll have an explosion view of this cover and all the bolts, and it'll tell you it's a number 6 thread bolt and it's 20 millimeters long or whatever it needs to be. And then you can measure the bolts to make sure that they're the right length. And again, the silicone is going to be a bit of a fight for us. Just give her light taps. We're not using a steel hammer, it's a dead blow hammer. And I'm just tapping on the case, allowing it to pull apart like that. Be mindful of the water pump gear. We don't want to lose that. But yeah, you can see that the silicone did nothing but create a problem. And again, the guy beat the hell out of this. And he bent the tabs the wrong way. He's bent the tabs down instead of onto the... Oh well. We've actually got a pretty neat tool from Motion Pro. It's a gear jammer. So you wedge this into your gears on your motor, and it doesn't allow it to turn, so you can loosen your nut on your clutch. We take our little gear jammer, and it can go in here and jam these up, just like that, right? So we can tighten when we tighten this, and on the other side when we loosen. So one thing I like to do, guys, is like when I pull an assembly of gears out, sometimes I'll put zip ties on the end so nothing falls off. Or another thing I do is I like to put the whole assembly in a Ziploc bag. Just helps me keep it clean, keep it together. So this assembly will go in a Ziploc bag. It's easy to figure out where the other big gears go, but like this whole assembly, we'll take it out and we'll put it in the Ziploc bag, take the washer that goes with it, put it on there. So we can look at the explosion view later and know exactly how it went, but this way we know this all goes together. And I'm not stuck with one washer in the bottom of the box going, oh no, where did that go? So it's time for us to separate our cases, and you want your motor in this orientation. So when you split the case, your transmission and everything's still left somewhat intact. We've got a Bike Master case separator today. This is the one we're using. I've got a couple different ones. This one's pretty good. We just thread in these holders, and then the bolts thread into them. That actually help separate the case. All right, guys, so when I'm pulling the cases, I like to do them by hand. I don't like to put an impact on them. Some guys do, and that's fine. But I'm a little worried about this JB Weld goo. I want to try and keep an eye on it and see if it is separating. So we're going to start applying some pressure. Ooh, she is tight. Oh. I think we just broke the JB Weld free. We sure did. Did it break the case at all? It doesn't look like it. So the case popped pretty good. The JB Weld let go. I see a little piece that might have chipped, but it might just be JB Weld. Maybe that's what they were trying to fix. We'll see. We're gonna keep going. It's coming pretty good. We just want to go nice and easy. We don't want to get too aggressive. There we go. It's off the guide pins in the front. You got one guide pin in the back here. If you have to, you can give it a little tap. Like I said, you can give it a little tap. We're using a dead blow hammer. We're not hitting it very hard. We also have a rubber mallet. Seems to be a little better. Case seems to be free. See, a little bit sitting here. May have to get a little pry bar in there. Just my little baby pry bar. We don't want to pry on the aluminum too much. We're just prying where the mount runs through that holds the swing arm. Everything's loose. All right, guys. So we're gonna pull this case off now. Gently. Stuff's falling, of course. What I'm finding, guys, is chunks of silicone everywhere in this bottom end. From whoever put it back together using the silicone gasket maker everywhere they could has got silicone into the tranny. It looks like it's in every bearing. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. So guys, just your everyday black zip ties are your best friends when it comes to your transmission, and I'll show you why. So what we like to do is zip tie the transmission together and all the washers and everything that's in there, just like that. So hopefully we can kind of keep them together. We're going to try and take both stacks out at the same time. So now that we got the transmission out, guys, and they're zip tied together on their shafts, we've double checked the motor, made sure there's no washers or anything left in there. We like to bag them up in Ziplocs in case the zip ties let go in their own Ziplocs. Ziplocs are cheap. My time is not. I don't want to lose track of any of the pieces. So that way I can check all the pieces against an explosion view and a diagram and make sure that they were all there, because in the condition of this bike, I don't know who the last guy was who had the motor apart. It's obviously been rebuilt, and we want to make sure everything's there. All right, so we're going to try and remove the crank out of this side of the case. It's pressed in, so we're just going to hit her with the dead blow, see if I can drive it out. We're going to kind of float the case. I don't want to break the case, and I want to hit it. Gee, I don't even think she's a little bit. She went a little bit. So because we're going to do the bearings and everything too, we're going to soak it with a little penetrating oil, because I think it should be able to slide out pretty good. If not, we will have to try and push it out. There she goes, guys. I think this crank is still good. We'll have to get it checked, but it feels like pretty much brand new. So we're just going to use a socket and drive the main bearing clean out of the case. Just like that. And we don't want to throw any of the bearings away. That's one thing to note, guys. You want to keep them until you get your new bearings to make sure that you got the right bearings. So on the left-hand case, there's a few bearings that are easier to take out with a blind bearing puller, and a few you have to. You can try to heat it to get these out, but just one little tick, out she comes. So guys, we've got all the bearings out of the motor, and you can see here what they've done. You can see a small crack at the bottom, and then the weld didn't hold either, so then they JB welded it. And you can see another crack over here. You guys might not be able to see it. We're gonna end up cutting most of this off, and we're gonna end up re-welding it and fixing it properly. We'll show you that process in another video. But before that happens, these cases have to go to vapor blast and get all cleaned up. Now I've looked and looked for cracks or anything along the edge. I think that the gasket was no good at one point, and instead of trying to split the case to fix the gasket, they just JB welded it. But otherwise the cases look pretty good. Canada's worst dirt bike might be an understatement for Project 93. Everywhere I look, there just seems to be a little problem I didn't know about, but that's how it goes with these old bikes, except in this motor. The transmission is perfect. There's nothing wrong. Everything moves and works perfect. All the bearings were actually really good. There's one that was a little bit questionable. The crank seems really, really good. The only issue was that giant JB weld mess that goes from one end of the motor to the other. But underneath of it, there's nothing wrong. I was expecting to see a quarter-size hole, some sort of cracks or something, letting oil pour out everywhere. But there's nothing wrong with the cases. So that's a huge bonus. The only issue with the one case, with the right-hand case, is the backside of that kickstart shaft. But that's an easy fix. We're gonna grind all of that off, whatever they tried to fix, and I'm just gonna fix it properly. I'll TIG weld it all up and it'll look good. Anyway, guys, if you like the content, like and subscribe on the video. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if there's anything you guys do that's different, or any tool that I don't have, maybe I don't know about, because I'd like to try it. I like to try new things, and you know, I'm sure there's a million ways to do it, and you guys probably do it different. But yeah, anyway, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, we're gonna glass bead blast a bunch of the parts so we can bring them back just like new. Before we get into the video, I've gotta tell you guys, I got a heck of a deal. I saw a sandblaster. Normally these things are like 600 bucks up here. You know, Princess Auto, it's like Harbor Freight. They had them on sale, 50% off. I said, you know what, it's time. I've done enough scrubbing. I send a lot of parts out for sandblasting. Time for me to buy my own. Now the problem is with getting a deal on a sandblaster like this is they don't work. They're not a very good sandblaster. They don't have any lights, and the way the the suction works. It's no good. But we had to build a metering valve in order to allow it to have better flow of the sand. And then it doesn't come with any lights, so we had to buy some lights. So we didn't buy any cheap little lights. We went and bought, 30,000 lumens of light, because more light's probably better. It's a little bit excessive, but it's okay. The next problem is, this thing worked amazing for 30 seconds. And my little 5-gallon air compressor, it just couldn't do it. So I knew that was going to be a problem. So we ended up doing a bunch of research, and we ended up saying, screw it. We need to have a 60-gallon air compressor. And this one's 18.5 CFM at 100 PSI. Normally a 60 is about 12 CFM. But I didn't want to have to stop blasting. So we just went and bought a big one. The next problem was, there's no 220 in this garage. So we had to fix that. But anyway, we're finally set up, and now we can clean parts. So we're using glass bead blasting, and we're turning this dirty, crusty caliper into this. Nice, clean, glass bead blasted. And it actually does a really good job. It looks good, guys. Let's show you. All right, so we'll put a couple parts in, get our stuff out of the way here. Hopefully the stuff shows up pretty good on camera. We'll lock it in. Now the compressor's on and she's running, so this could get loud, but we'll see how it goes. Get these stupid gloves on, and of course I'm trying to work around the camera. But anyway, guys, I'll show you. That's pretty good already. But we're gonna go have at her and see how far we get on this. After die grinding and trying to remove most of the material, we've obviously opened up a large hole. So what we're gonna have to do is put a material in here that we can weld to that won't stick, like brass or copper, and lay strips of weld on top to try and refinish all this. And we're gonna have to extend it, and it's just a mess. But I think we can still fix it. It's in pretty rough shape, but we'll see what we can do. As far as other damage to the case, here, there's a crack. It runs all the way around this bolt. You can see it. I think you can see it on the camera, right? And we flip it to the inside, right? You can definitely make out that there's a crack there. We'll be able to weld that and hopefully clean it up. Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike, is definitely coming along. Now we've got all the parts sandblasted, paint's taken off, all the grime is gone, and the sandblasting cabinet really did speed up this process. But by no means do I think you guys need to go out and invest in a sandblasting cabinet or a vapor blasting cabinet to achieve this effect. For years, I have used Simple Green and putting some elbow grease into it and really getting in and scrubbing up parts, and you achieve a very similar effect when you're done. Sandblasting is a very large expense, especially if you're just doing one bike. Anyway, guys, if you like the content, like and subscribe on the videos. It really helps the channel. And let's leave a comment down below. Sandblasting is a very new process to me personally. The media, there's so many different types of media. What do the walnut shells do? We use glass bead because that's what we found in research. Tell us what, hey, this does a really nice effect. But there's so many other types out there, and it's a lot to invest in. I'm sure you guys out there know more about sandblasting than me. Leave a comment down below. I'd love to hear it. Let's talk about it and get it figured out. But anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, we're gonna show you how we actually fix this case. You know, previously, you could see when we die grinded it and opened up the hole, and we actually saw what was going on by removing all that horrible JB Weld silicone mess that was there, back to something usable like this. Like, there's a lot of weld humped on this case, layers and layers and layers. But when you're dealing with old aluminum, it's really hard to get rid of all the oil and everything that's been put into this case over the years. But this is how we did it. Well, guys, we're on the way back from the machine shop, and we got the case pretty much ready to go, or ready to weld. We had to machine off a whole bunch of stuff and go ahead and rebuild basically that whole kickstart shaft. So we'll show you guys some more when we get back to the shop. So this is what we came up with for the fix. We've made an aluminum slug that's the perfect diameter for the kickstart shaft. So we'll be able to put that in. We've machined a recess into the bottom here to have this this plug sit down in there flush, so it can be welded from the inside and the out. I'll show you the back side. So that hole has been machined, and you can see the porosity in this old material, which is pretty much going to evaporate away as soon as we try and weld it. So I just want you guys to get another look. It's pretty much flat, so we're going to be able to take all around there and get her set in.
Something I can't undo. I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face, and I wanna get lost. I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy. Don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face.
We've got the cases done. Hopefully they don't leak. We're gonna do a dye penetrant test on these. I'll show you how that's done so you guys can see how to tell if your weld worked or if it didn't. So first step for us guys in this scenario, we're going to apply a developer. So what the developer does is basically we'll turn this area of the case white, and we're going to be looking at the weld we did around this bolt hole that was cracked on the inside as well. We're going to put the dye pen around the weld on the inside, and if it leaks through, we'll see red come through. Hopefully it doesn't leak. Fingers crossed, I guess. I haven't tested it yet. If it does, then we'll have to take it back and try again. So rather than try and support it any other way, we've got the bottom covered with the developer, which is basically like a white paint, kind of chalky substance, and we've put a little bit of the dye pen, which is a really red dye. It is water soluble. It's not going to hurt the motor or anything like that. And we're going to dab it around the weld. You can spray it out of the aerosol can. The problem is that if you miss and get it, it's hard to tell where it's going to be. So we'll let that sit, and within 20 minutes you'll know right away if you got a leak or not. So it looks like we have a little pinhole, guys. Let me show you. So this is what you see if you have a hole. So just right close to those threads, I guess there's a small speck. I was trying to check to make sure it didn't like leak down the threads, and I don't think it did. I think it is one small little pinhole. We'll have to add a little bit more weld and get that fixed up. So I just want to show you guys. Now when we had this machined, it was a perfect fit, but obviously when we weld it, it shrinks. So it's just tight. Like I might be able to drive it in, but then it wouldn't spin. So what we're going to do is just open it up a little bit with a Dremel until the shaft fits, just barely. What we're having a problem with is we've got the top really nice, perfect fit, but we need to get down to the bottom so that our thing will reach all the way. There is a bit of a taper on here, which is good, but we're gonna extend our bit a bit, extend our bit out, and then we'll be able to reach into the bottom. So we've got it all reassembled the way it would work. It looks like it will work just fine. Still freewheels, doesn't rub anywhere. Looks like the gear is gonna hit perfect. Yeah, that'll work just fine. So now that we know that none of the weld is gonna interfere and our shaft drops in and functions properly after testing it, we're gonna go ahead and do a dye pen on this area and see if there's any other things that maybe we've caused after sanding it open a little bit. So that way we know 100% if it leaks or not. Make sure we get lots down in any kind of little crack or crevice. Just like that. So the developer's got a chance to set in on the other side. We're just gonna give it a little shot. This stuff really comes out. That's plenty, plenty. And it's gonna sit in there, and if there's a hole, it'll show up on the other side. We'll come back in a bit and take a look. We've got a pile of parts, all the engine parts, and we're gonna put them in the parts washer and give them a good scrubbing. And the reason we have to wash all these parts is because in this bike, it was so full of silicone. There's chunks of silicone in all of the transmission. So I wanna wash them off and rinse them really good in the parts washer, get rid of all the grease and everything else that was holding any of those little silicone pieces. And we're just giving it a rinse, brushing it out. The parts washer really does make easy work of a lot of this built up grease. If you let the parts soak in your parts washer, then you can easily deal with all the grease and whatnot. So what we're gonna do is lay a bunch of stringer beads across and build this area up. And then we're gonna have to grind it all off. I see like an older weld that somebody probably did on this frame a long time ago. Here, we're gonna probably touch it up and fill any of the low spots that are in this frame so we can grind them off so it'll look perfect after it's sandblasted. Let it cool off a little bit, and we'll keep building, and then we'll shape it back to normal. Yeah, it looks really good. We're just looking at the frame rails. Turn this piece so we can see it a little better. There was a large dent here, and then a really horrible setup up here. So you guys can see that looks a million times better. We filled in the low spots and really buffed her out smooth. There's obviously some nicks from over the year. I'm not, on this bike, I am not going to fill every rock ding and everything, but we got the major portion of it out. And it's really gonna help this frame of Project 93 here come together. So it's actually the next day. We went and left this overnight because we got busy and doing a bunch of things. But let's take a look and see if she leaked. So as you guys can see, there's absolutely no bleed through of the dye pen on this side of the case. So that setup is really good. Well, surprisingly, it's all done and the case doesn't leak. So I was a little worried. I didn't think it was gonna happen. We ended up hitting all sorts of horrible oil that was soaked in these cases. You can bake them and try and bake it out, but it's still, this is a 93. So this thing has seen a lot of oil and a lot of abuse, obviously, from the other videos. But it's fixed, and we're gonna be able to reuse this case, which is pretty remarkable. Also, the frame was able to get touched up. As you guys could see, we really smoothed it out. So once this goes for sandblast, it'll be able to get to powder coat and really look like a brand new frame. Our next step is gonna be mating these cases, putting them back together, truing them, making sure the surfaces are perfectly flat so it doesn't end up with a silicone JB Weld mess like it was before. But anyway, guys, if you like the video, like and subscribe, and leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys would have tried to do, or if you think that the way we did it was a good way, or if you think there was a better way to do it. You know, it's when you start seeing problems like this, you got to try and come up with solutions. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In today's video, guys, we're going to be opening up a whole pile of UFO stuff for Project 93. So UFO reached out to us and said, hey, Project 93 is in rough shape and it's gonna need plastic. And we have some other stuff we'd like you to try if you're willing. We said, sure, let's give it a shot. I'd love to try some of the products. Some of the stuff I didn't even know UFO made. So we're gonna open up these boxes and take a look and see what we all got. So guys, I am a pretty big fan of UFO plastics. My 2001 CR250, the bike I like to ride the most. And you know, you'll see that bike in the 2001, the greatest CR ever made video. Oh, these look really good. But yeah, that's UFO plastics. My CR500, the AF one, that is UFO plastics. They're great plastics, and they're easy to use. So when they reached out, I was really happy to be like, hey, yeah, of course I'll use UFO. But take a look at these plastics. They sent us a couple different things here. Front fenders. So we've got some front fenders in the actual like nuclear red. You can see that. It's kind of like that neon red that is well known in the 90s. So that'll be awesome for the bike. It looks good. I'll put those down over here. Some rear fenders, two rear fenders. We got two different kits here, guys. We got a 93 kit for Project 93 and a 95 kit. So we've got the front fork guards, right? And in the nuclear red. So they look really good, obviously. They're gonna really set the bike off. What else we got? All right, now everybody knows the OEM ones are impossible to find. So we've got a replica, right? The UFO plastics in nuclear red to go on the disc covers. These are hard to get, guys. These are, you know, UFO is pretty much the only company I know that's still making these. Oh, 93 flat number plate, right? What else we got? Oh, the 95 curved number plate in red. That's cool. Oh, this is cool. Guys, the clear, not white, they're not white. It's the neutral color, and UFO makes replicas. So that's awesome. The rear shock mudguard, right? In the clear. They also make them in black. I believe we got one of them as well. So depending on how we're gonna go with the bike, you can get black ones from UFO and you can get white one, like the clear, and I think they make white as well. But these really make the bike back to like a stock. The stocks weren't white, the stocks weren't black, they were this neutral color. So that's awesome. Did you guys know that UFO makes an air filter cage? You know, like Project 93 is in rough shape, and you can't get an OEM air filter cage anymore. Not that I know of, but UFO makes a replica one, and it's awesome. UFO plastics, that's what they're known for. Yeah, awesome. What else we got? Number plates, side plates. Right, front fairing guards. The rad shrouds, that's awesome. I don't know which ones these are, if they're the 93s. 93, 94, 92 to 94, see that? That's the shape cutout. 95s are a little different. These are the 95s. And we'll go over them when we put them on the bike. We'll figure out what ones we want to use. Well, man, this box is full. Here we go. All right, so the difference. 93 side plates. They're short, you see, where the 95s are a little longer. Anyway, it's hard to see in the bag. I'll show you better in another video. But because Project 93's airbox had 95 plates on it at one time, we're probably going to put 95 plates on it because there's a giant hole in the airbox. And to try and find an airbox, that's almost impossible. And UFO doesn't make one of those. I wish they did. Wait on. That's all that's in this one. Let's get this other box open and see what we got. That's only one box, and it's a pile of stuff, guys. All right, let's get this other box cut open. Now, I don't want to cut into the product, but let's see what we can do, guys. What have we got in here? A bunch of stickers and stuff. Well, that's pretty awesome. Little note for me. I'll read that later. Well, that's pretty cool. Giant UFO sticker. Friggin' huge. I don't know if it'll fit on the toolbox. We'll have to see. Is there two in there? I don't know. Well, that's awesome. There is two. Like for both sides of the trailer kind of thing. Well, that's pretty epic, actually. Man. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we've got another build coming up, guys. I'll explain it later, but this is a 2022 CRF kit. So that's awesome. So we've got a rear chain slider from UFO, and these things last. They last a long time. Obviously I like the OEM ones, but the OEM ones are impossible to get. And UFO states that these are made with up to OEM quality or better. So, you know, they're good. I always use them, usually on every build. They're easy to get and they're affordable. UFO sent us a set of handguards, so we'll take a look at them and see what we got. We get the mounting hardware. The biggest issue I think that guys are going to run into if you go to get hardware is make sure you order them for the right size handlebars. They make ones for the 7/8 bars and they make ones for the fat bars as well. So just if you do order a set from any manufacturer, make sure you get the ones that'll fit your handlebar setup. So you get the good solid metal mounting hardware. Take her out of the package here. And they're really good quality, and they have the aluminum to give it shape, so you don't just have the plastic that's gonna break or bust into your hand if you do hit something. They're plastic. UFO is known for plastic, and they're just good quality. You can't bend them. They're super strong. Yeah, I'm really excited to give these a try. What else we got? Oh, right on. So UFO is making lock-on grips. So just like some of the other manufacturers, lock-on grips have really changed the industry. We're no longer gluing on grips. They come with a throttle tube. Let's open it up and take a look. So you get all your little throttle cable hookups for all the different bikes. I know some of the other manufacturers sell them separately. UFO, you don't have to, you just get them all. So that's really good. And then you get your grip with the throttle tube. So for the price of these grips, I don't know, I think they're like 12 bucks US. Don't quote me, under 20 bucks American. So you get the throttle tube, which is probably $10 alone. And then you get the grips, and the grips are really good quality. They got a neat little UFO symbol on the end. They feel good. They feel really good, actually. So I'm excited to give these a try. But yeah, the lock-on grips are kind of the way to go now. The industry's changed. So that's pretty cool. So we've got a cover. So this is an air, you take your air filter out, and then this is the hole. So this covers up the hole so you can wash your bike and wash the inside of your air breather box. This is really neat stuff. You know, these are hard to find. I don't see any other manufacturers making covers. And the price of these, again, super affordable. And that's what UFO does, guys. They do plastic. So they know their stuff. It's got a built-in gasket. We'll show you in another video how we use it. What else UFO is known for, and I've known this for a while and used them in the past, is air filters. Comes in a nice bag. Now it's a double foam filter, so you have your outer foam and inner foam, and you just put your foam filter oil on it and swish it in. I've never had any problems with the UFO filters that I've used in the past, but yeah, great product and affordable. I think we got one more thing in here, and I think it's the thing I'm probably the most excited for is, let's get this box out of the way. Just toss this over here. Stand. UFO makes a bike stand. I didn't know they made a bike stand. So I was really happy when they said, hey, we're gonna send you a bike stand, give it a try. Let's see how it works. Let's open it up. What's this thing? Well, it's got instructions. We're not gonna bother with those. Let's see how we open it. I know it folds up. It looks like it kind of clicks together. Oh yeah. There's little plastic tabs, it looks like, that hold it all together. And that one locks into there. Pretty neat. Oh, it pops open really easy. Put this down. Clips together really good, really easy. Feels like pretty sturdy. This is the first time I've really seen it, other than pictures. The weight is good. Feels pretty normal, like a normal bike stand. One thing I noticed playing with this stand is the hole. The hole's small, which I like. I like that it's tiny. I'll show you compared to my other stand I use, but the top, it's like a rubber grip kind of top. That's really nice. The handles feel like they should be right where they are, so that feels good. Yeah, you can grab it pretty much anywhere. It feels really sturdy. Let's put it through some tests and see how it goes. So I've just got my other stand here, guys, and in my other videos, you'll hear me swear about this stand. I just don't like this stand. It's not heavy, it works really good. You can get your hand in, no problem. But the problem is this giant hole. The problem with the giant hole is if I'm pushing my bike up the ramp and I go to step on it, my foot falls in the hole. I don't like it. I don't like that, you know, and if I feel like I got to stand here when I'm pushing my bike up, it's like very sturdy because I'm standing on the edge. I want to stand in the middle, and you can't. But with the UFO stand, you know, it doesn't matter where I step on it. It's just sturdy. Like I can't even, it's not even shaky like that one, right? I'm a little afraid to jump on this one. It's not that this isn't solid, but with the big hole, I find when I get the bike on there, half the time the frame falls in on some bikes and you never know if your bike's gonna fall over. I'm really excited to try this one. Let's get a bike out and see what it looks like. I'm having a lot of faith in this UFO stand, getting out my 96, considering it's an all original bike. Well, let's throw her on the stand and see what she feels like. Easy. Solid. Like the bike's wobbly, but that's the bike. But yeah, I'm actually really impressed. And like, I get that this thing folds up, so I'm kicking it in the folds. I want to see if it, no, it's not going anywhere. I'm really impressed about that stand, actually. Yeah, that's pretty solid. just so you guys can see, like the grippers, it's a nice rubber top, so you're not slamming it into like a metal top or anything like that. But like I'm wiggling the bike and spinning it, and it moves around just like normal, but it's really like secure. The frame isn't dipping down into any low spots. It's good. Let's throw it on the other stand so you guys can understand what I mean. So we'll go ahead, we'll pull the 96 off the UFO stand. And we'll go ahead and throw it on this other damn stand. If this thing drops my bike, I'm gonna be upset, but at least it'll have a good blooper reel, I guess. But I'll show you guys. So what I want to try and show here, guys, is a little hard to film it. If you were here, you could see it. This frame rail is right along the edge of the hole on both sides. Like you see my hand reaching up through the hole, and it's half over the hole. So I don't like that. I don't like, okay, I've never once used a stand like this to change oil on a dirt bike. I've never taken the oil drain plug out and letting stuff dump underneath. I don't have a catch bucket that fits right. It's just a pain in the butt. So I only use a stand for putting it on, working on the rear end. But if the bike doesn't feel secure on there, like it's just as secure when it's on properly, but the worst is getting it half in that hole, you know? I don't even want to do it because I don't want the bike to fall. But I just don't like it. So I'm really, really impressed with the UFO stand over this one. So I guess the only thing to do here is try and figure out how to fold it up. Let's see how that goes. I'll put my hand in here, maybe give it a, let me, yeah, let's go. Oh, it pulls off pretty easy. Like it's firm, which is good, but it felt good. This just clip down. Yeah, it just snaps down. These just fold in. Clicks together. Well, I like that actually. I don't know how often I would fold it up, but let's say I was going on a trip and I was limited on space, you know, in my truck or whatever. I got all my camping gear, I got my other stuff. Maybe I'm spending a week somewhere. You got your bike in the back of the truck or trailer. This takes up a lot less space like this. And you guys saw it, like I was beating on it pretty good. Not to show UFO, I don't appreciate it, but to kind of show how strong this thing is. And I guess we'll see over time. We're gonna put it, you know, we're gonna use it and see if there's any flaws, but so far, so good. I think this is a pretty good product. And the price, that other stand, I think I paid like $80 Canadian for it. And I think you can buy these for about 50 or 60. So that is a huge savings. UFO, you know, if they're making products like this for that kind of price, everybody is gonna have one of these stands pretty quickly, I think. Well guys, I can't thank UFO enough for what they've done and sent all this stuff. I don't know how it came to be 100%. We've been chatting back and forth. But anyway, maybe they just felt sorry for me. They saw the Project 93 bike video where we're trying to tell guys how to buy a bike or not. And they said, man, this guy bought this bike. We need to help this guy out. But anyway, I really appreciate it. I love getting the stuff. And what I really like is getting a chance to get new stuff that I didn't even know they made. Like the lock-on grips. I didn't know UFO was in the lock-on grip business. Like that's awesome. Lock-on grips are the way to go. I've been running them on all my builds lately, and I really like the lock-on grips. I don't think I'm ever gonna go back to gluing on grips anymore. You know, if you wear out a grip, one screw, take it off, throw it away, put a new one on. It's pretty simple. But this stand really has me blown away. I can't believe the quality of the stand, the way it builds, the way it clicks together and can fold up is just a neat idea to me. And the sturdiness, like normally things that fold up, I'm not a big fan of because if it moves and folds up, it's probably not that strong when it's together. But you guys seen, I was jumping on this stand and I really am impressed. I don't see anybody else running them out here, but I can't wait to be the guy saying, hey, nope, try it out. This stand is awesome. So far, so good. And I really like to put stuff into their paces. But the handguards, I used to have a set of UFO handguards. I'm excited to get another set and actually get them on the bike, so that'll be kind of fun. Just there's so much, I don't even know what to talk about. Anyway, like and subscribe on the videos, guys. Let me know down below in the comments if you guys like this kind of box opening video. It's kind of a new thing. I don't really do the box openings too often, but I can if guys are into it. I like opening boxes. I like seeing all the stuff. It's not as fun because I already know what's supposed to be coming. But for you guys, maybe you guys get to see a little sneak peek at what's coming up. Anyway, guys, leave a comment, like I said. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think I should be running the 95 style or the 93 style on Project 93? What do you guys have vision for it? I know a lot of you guys are following along and kind of excited with the build. So this is just an update filler video to keep us going till the engine video. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. In this video, we're gonna be truing up the cases, getting the bottom and top end of this motor all back together. So this outer clutch cover, we had to replace because every thread that was on the one that came with Project 93 was stripped. It was stripped. Somebody had tried to fill it with silicone. They had zip ties stuck in it, holding the stupid thing. They're trying to hold the screws in. It was horrible. So this one's in really good shape. We ended up picking it up locally off of Marketplace. A local guy had one. So I said, okay, I'll come pick it up. Anyway, I want to do something a little different with it. So I really want to polish just this part of the case. And then when the outside clutch cover is Cerakoted, it should look really good, hopefully. So we're going to give this case a real good polish with some Autosol. And I don't want to do it too much with the steel wool. That's a lot of work. So I'm going to put the Autosol on this Scotch-Brite pad, go real slow, and buff it all in and get this kind of effect.
Sometimes you need to let loose, grab juice, get goose, tattoos, taboos, get screwed.
I really like the finish the Autosol gives. I've used it on a bunch of the builds, guys. Check out the other videos and you guys can see how this stuff works on the frames. You can get this really polished look or that brushed aluminum look by using it. It's good stuff. So when we're talking about mating the surfaces of the case together, what we want to do is see if this is flat. So I use a nice straight edge, and we'll come along here and see how straight that is. One thing I have is, this is a piece of granite from a countertop place. I actually stole this one from my mom. I don't know if she knows I have it yet. But this is, they made her a cutting board out of like the sink drop. But if you go and get a chunk of this, it really does help. You can put it on there and see if it's flat right away. Or you can use a ruler and check across in a bunch of different spots to see how flat you are. This case is really flat, that's good. We are gonna clean it up just to make sure we have a nice seal. We're gonna use 600 grit, like wet sandpaper, and go on it. I'm gonna use 1000 because that's what I have. I ran out of 600, but 600 would be fine to clean up all these surfaces that a gasket has to seat to. And what you're gonna wanna do is get yourself, this is just a paint stick, but anything that's sturdy, that's flat, that you can put on to help you sand will be good. If you had a piece of metal that was flat, I like using the paint stick because it does give a bit. If I roll off, it's not as rigid. And then I just wrap the sandpaper around it, like so. And then I will not even rip it off. I'll just leave it because I'll rip it off when it wears out. And I'll sand the surface. And you can see it's good here. Even though it's flat with the ruler, it still has high and low spots. But we want to clean it up so we can get a good seal. Obviously the gasket helps with that as well. What I'm looking for is any little nicks, anything like that. If there's a scratch that goes straight across, that could cause a problem for you. This case is really good. I don't see any. This is the one we bought off the guy, so it's in pretty good shape. You're not trying to remove a lot of material, guys. We're just trying to make sure that the surface is more clean and flat. So what we're looking for, guys, is to make sure the surface that would seal this inside cavity where the oil goes is sealed. Like there's no scratches going all the way out. If there is, you're gonna need to sand down to that, but keep your case flat at the same time. Checking it whenever you need to. And we're not really removing a lot of material. We're just trying to true up the cases. So our other case that mates up to this had a repair done right here. So you can see, and I don't know if somebody put a chisel in there at one point, maybe drove it in trying to get the cases apart. Who knows? But it doesn't go all the way through on this case. It's close. But we're gonna be able to sand this up and get it all trued up. And the gasket will cover some of that. We just wanna make sure the crank gets a good seal. That could have been why they used all this JB Weld when they had one heck of a mess going all the way around everything. Yeah, she's perfectly flat, guys. All the way across, no gap. Even over here, it's all perfectly true in line. Perfect. So one trick you can do with something like the head, our head's really flat, but we're just gonna clean it up, is you could put the sandpaper on your super flat surface and just run it back and forth, keeping it firmly against the paper. If I had bigger sheets, we could tape it down. But just cleaning it up, and then you can see, guys, that's a perfect flat surface. We can see a little bit. We're gonna do a little bit more, like areas that weren't touched. Spin the paper around. This 1000 grit really doesn't remove much of anything. Check the cylinder. Perfectly flat. All the mating surfaces are the same height. That's really good. You could do the same thing. Our cylinder's in really good shape. We're not gonna bother this one because it's got no gasket on it. We're gonna check our machined surface up here. If your machined surface of your cylinder's out or has like a wobble in it, you might want to think about getting that taken care of by a machinist. They can remove the studs, they can easily clamp this in and do a little, like thousandths of an inch pass and true this up for you. Ours is perfect, wasn't overheated or anything. And guys, I want to show you. So our cylinder, this is actually an iron cylinder. It's aluminum cylinder head, sorry, but it has an iron sleeve in it. And we were able to hone that up really quick with a quick hone. I thought I filmed it, but I didn't. And you can see in there, there's no flaws. Everything looks really good. You know, obviously there's some dust in it right now. It's been sitting. But when we do it, we hone it out really quick with the hone, and then we wipe it with oil so it doesn't rust. It's really hard to film the cross hatching, but when you hone your cylinder, it refreshes all that cross hatching. When you're redoing a motor, guys, you want to see that X looking pattern. If your cylinder doesn't, it needs to be honed. And most machine shops can do it for you for cheap, couple bucks, or you can buy your own hone if you plan on doing a bunch of motors. So we ended up ordering a whole engine rebuild kit from Wrench Rabbit. They make good kits, a Vertec piston, great stuff. I've used them in the past. I really like them. Everything's all in one box, nice and easy. And in our box, we've also thrown in, we got all the seals, everything like that. You got a crank in this box, pistons here, all your bearings. Now, we threw all our OEM parts that we need for this build in here just to keep them separate. There's a lot of stuff we needed for this bike. But we're gonna go ahead and get all the bearings out, go put them in the freezer so that they shrink down so that when we bake our cases in the oven, we're able to just drop them right in. Now it's just a matter of putting these cases in the oven. We've got the oven set at 350 and we're gonna put them in there for about 20 minutes. And that'll give enough time for the cases to open up. So in the meantime, guys, while I'm waiting for the cases to heat up and they're in the oven, I like to get out my book. So I got a book of all the explosion views that I printed off, and I put them in a cheap plastic thing from your local stationery supply place. You know, Walmart probably has them too. And that way I don't get them all greasy. But it gives me an explosion view and then a list. I'm like, what is part 10? And I can look it up on the list. And then I know when I'm reassembling things, not that I didn't miss any little washers or anything like that. So I print these off for a bunch of bikes just to give me a nice big explosion view that I can look at. But we're gonna reassemble the power valve. So we've gone ahead, we've checked everything for flatness to make sure the gaskets will all seal. And basically what we're gonna do now is just start putting the parts in. We're gonna wipe the parts down really good, make sure that they're clean. There's no leftover anything on them. We've cleaned up the power valves themselves really good. There's a little bit of dust down in here I can see, like maybe it's from sandblasting. So I'm going to blow this out with some compressed air so that we don't run into any problems. We don't want any dirt inside the cylinder. The power valve on our 93, you can see there's a profile on it. And this taper down here, that goes down and that goes up. So it works like that inside the cylinder. I actually like to flip these over. Makes it a little easier for me. So our power valve's down in here, sitting right where we need it to be in line. The taper is the right way. So we'll go ahead and start reassembling the rest. So every time a piece of metal goes into a piece of metal, I like to put a little assembly lube on the part. It's just the way I've always done it. Put that assembly lube in there. It really helps kind of stick it together, but also lubricate it for first startup, because this thing's not going to have any type of lubrication when it first fires up. Just in time, I can hear our oven going off inside the house. We've got our bearings out of the freezer. We're just opening them up. We're gonna grab the cases here in a second, bring them out so we can drop these in. All right, so we've got our case out of the oven. It's plenty warm. I used some welding gloves to bring it out. And I'll try and get a better shot of this. This bearing, the main bearing, should slip right in. Now be careful not to touch your... Well, they're frozen right together. We left them in for a day. Jesus. There we go. All right. We're going to grab our bearing with a pair of needle nose pliers, like so. There's no in and out, there's no front and back. Just a matter of getting them straight, and then they drop right in, just like that. Got the other case still in the oven. We're going to grab the transmission bearings and start setting them in. These bearings, the main bearings, are an interference fit. It means the bearing is bigger than the case. It will not go in. You shouldn't beat it in. You shouldn't have to. We want to make sure it seats all the way. Oh, shoot. Yep. One fell out because it's a little bit of a pretty easy fit there. Got our other case out here, out of the oven. Grab the main bearing. Drop it in. Perfect. Nice and easy. This little one is a tricky one. Oh, no, don't you go there. So hot. This one here, you sometimes need to tap in with the transmission, the gear shift. I'm just going to use this transmission collar of the fork drum here to press that in. So I did end up putting this bearing in backwards. So we ended up pulling it back out and putting it the right way. So now that the cases are kind of cooling down, we can start trying to deal with getting the crank in. So all the seal side of these gaskets need to be the same way. And just to make sure that they're all the way down, that's the key. This one here is sliding out because I lifted it up. We're gonna get the holders in there so it holds it in place. So we've got brand new screws that we've bought, OEM from Honda, to hold these keepers in place. We do not want to use the old damaged ones. Somebody had this bike apart a few times in its life and definitely had stripped these screws. So we just want to snug them up. They're not meant to be cranked right down. The bearing fits and holds itself in. They're just meant to keep it there. So you don't need to torque the hell out of them, just enough. So we need to install the crank in the right side case first on these motors. Nice and easy. We got a brand new hot rod crank from the Wrench Rabbit kit. I like them. Some guys hate them. I've never had any problems with them, so that's why I keep using them. Well, we got a heck of a situation going on. I couldn't use the actual puller because there's a chunk of the case that hits. So we've got two flat bars going across and we're trying to crank the crank into the bike. We're just blocking it up with some wood. We're holding on to it, letting it press against our body. I don't know how good you guys can see, but sometimes you got to make do. And I don't have a shop press. Maybe that'll be the next investment here. But you just want to go nice and easy. Putting motors back together is not a rush. You never want to get in a rush doing this kind of stuff. Another thing to keep in mind is you want your crank, the connecting rod, straight out the top where it's going to be, because you don't want to get it caught on the case when you're trying to seat this in. We want to seat it all the way. This is actually working pretty good. A little bit more, I think. There we go. You'd be better off to get some like stock, some flat stock or keyway, or even a couple pieces of angle iron. I just don't have any left in the shop. Otherwise I would have used that in this situation. So now we're going to start trying to reassemble the transmission. And we were lucky enough to keep ours together. So we're going to start trying to drop them back in the holes they came out of. Making sure all the washers that are supposed to be there are there. All the shifter forks have lettering on them, or they should. If not, this one is dramatically different than the others. The other ones are a lot longer. You can see that. The other ones are a lot bigger. So the two bigger ones go on one side and the small one goes on the other. And the letters will show you the orientation. And this one actually goes letters down and the other ones go letters up. So you can see if we put it in this way with the letters up, the shaft would be hanging out here and we want it to connect to the shifting drum. So the letters on this side have to go down. And you need to pull your transmission, and there's a special spot where they slide into. And then it just goes right there, locks into that groove. Then you take the shaft, you get some assembly lube. And you slide it down in there. With the other side of the shifter drum, you deal with the 4R here goes in first. It goes way down here. So sometimes they're a pain, and that's where that one goes. You want to find the home for it, it's got to be put in the right groove so that when you turn this thing, everything kind of cooperates together. You see? Then there's another one. The 4L has to go in on this groove, and it slides in right there. Then the same situation, I apply assembly lube. I want it lubed up in here. Oh, knock that out. But again, guys, it's a quick process when you've done it a few times, but you don't need to rush it. All these parts lock in properly, and everything will work and function fine. And you can see as you turn this, because it's meant to be clicked with your foot. So we've got our transmission functioning properly. Everything shifts perfect. So as you spin the transmission, you can go into every gear just like it's supposed to. So we're right where we need to be. It's time to put the other case half on this bike. So when you're going to put your case halves together, make sure you get your vent hose installed where it needs to go. There's a rubber seal on the where the water pump goes through here on the other side. So it's in there, the O-ring. Get everything lubed up the way it needs to be. And then we're going to put the other case half on the bike. So we're going to go ahead and install the gasket, but what I'm going to do is I'll take a little bit of grease to help me hold the gasket on, and I put it around the large mounting areas. This also helps if for some reason you forgot something. Having this grease on there will allow you to hopefully save your gasket if you go to pull it apart. Set it on where it needs to be, using the guide pins to help us align it. We try and hold the crank straight up and down. Hold on to this while we turn it. We're going to press it down in, trying to make sure we're going even. We want to maintain an even gap the whole time. We don't want this side getting tight and this side being up. That's probably one of the most crucial things. If you find that you're getting crooked, don't be afraid to take your rubber hammer, gentle taps, or put some pressure here with your hand. It will go together. Stop and take a look for a second, make sure we're still even. Keep going. Well, I think we're getting tight. We've got it all the way pressed in. It's time to remove our puller. That's just seated real nice. Let's take a look here. I'm going to cut the excess razor blade here out of the way, or cut the excess gasket with a razor blade. Now it's a matter of putting all our case bolts back in and bolting this back together. So we're gonna go ahead and put our seals in, our crank seals. Put a little bit of assembly lube in the seal. And we're gonna put a little bit of assembly lube down in the bottom here. We'll move it around with our finger on the outside edge to help us press it in. Just a little bit, not a whole lot. And then it presses down in. Now the key with this, guys, is you need to have 2 millimeters on this dirt bike pressed past the lip. So you don't want to push it all the way down until it bottoms out, because that's not how it works. So if you have to use a socket, guys, you can go ahead and go gentle with a deep socket. The biggest thing is trying to get it even. A 1.86 is what I'm getting. So that's good enough for me. Now the crank seal on this side needs to be set 1 millimeter below. That's pretty much flush, so now we'll just press it a little further. 1.1, so that's pretty good. We're gonna go with that. So at this point, guys, we're gonna go ahead and put the motor in the motor stand. Give us a little better access at putting stuff back together. So we're gonna be working on the left case. So we're gonna use our left case bolt pattern. We're gonna try and exchange these for new bolts. See what we have for this poor bike. What we're doing is we've replaced all the bolts and we're just gonna hand snug them down, and then we're gonna go over with a ratchet and just tighten them up. There is no specs, and we do not want to strip the case and end up with a issue like this bike already had. A bunch of damaged stuff going on. We've got all our bolts tightened up. Now we're gonna go ahead and locate the seal. Get our seal kit. That's the one. There's a collar that has to go on. Fits inside. But first we need to put the seal in. So we'll put some assembly lube down in. We've already put some in the bearing from the other side. Oh, shit. Well, there's one for the blooper reel. I have literally got assembly lube everywhere. The bottle just let go on me. Well, okay. Well, we're not gonna, she's definitely lubed. Jesus. We'll put a little bit on the outside. We're gonna shove this in. If we can. I gotta clean this mess up. All right, guys. So we're having a heck of a problem here. I just want to show you guys. So when I spin this, I think I'm in neutral, and I spin this, right? So the sprocket shaft is spinning. I can't hold the sprocket shaft, so obviously we're in gear. And if I go down, we're gonna keep spinning. There. Now I can't even spin anything. It just locks up. And I think that I should be able to spin it even though it's in gear. All right, and that's obviously down. I can't go down anymore, so we're gonna try and find neutral. See, I think we're in second. See, we're locked up again. No, first. I don't know. I think we're having a problem here. You know, the funny thing is, and I wasn't thinking about it because I knew this bike needed to come apart. Project 93 here. So I never really shifted the gears, I don't think. I don't think I even put it in first or second. I just kind of pushed it around. Pushed it in the truck, pushed it off the truck. So I'm not really sure. Maybe it didn't work before. Our case is coming apart pretty good. And our gasket looks pretty good because we used a bunch of grease on it. I'm a little puzzled, but if I turn the shaft for the tranny. I can hold this. I'm in neutral. I should be able to click down. So that should be first. Yeah. Okay. Neutral. Second. Yeah. Third. Okay. Fourth. Yeah. Oh, fifth. Come on. The reason we can't hit fifth? What is happening? So I don't know if this was causing the problem, but most likely it was. Part 24, this washer, with the weird shaped washer that goes over top of the shaft, it was stuck to the back of part 18, like the oil was holding it together. And I didn't notice it. I thought it was there, but I was seeing the snap ring. So anyway, we're gonna get this motor back together, and hopefully it'll work this time. So I believe it's working. There's neutral. We're gonna adjust our shifter, put it into first here in a second, as I can get it. It was working. There's first. Yeah, I can't hold the counter shaft, so there's first. There's neutral. We can hold the counter shaft. So hopefully, this is the last time I have to put this Project 93 motor together. It's just a mess in there, guys. All kinds of stuff going on. So even though we've had this thing apart numerous times now, trying to get that transmission working, we're gonna pay close attention to make sure we haven't missed anything. This is where it's gonna happen. You're gonna forget a washer or a seal or something that needs to be in there. I'm just double checking. I've checked the other case. I've checked the motor. Everything looks like it's supposed to, all the gasket. And now we're gonna put the other side on. And hopefully, the transmission gods cooperate and say, yes, you can have it this time. Let's get everything lined up. I think I've got more tools on my bench than I've ever had trying to put a motor back together. We got the moment of truth here, guys. We've semi-installed the Kickstarter and the shaft. I'm holding the shaft, I'm spinning it. You can see I'm spinning it and I'm holding it, and it's in neutral. That's first. I can't hold the shaft. It keeps spinning. That's good. Neutral. Second. Good. Third. Good. Fourth. That's good. Fifth gear. Good. Guys, I want to show you some gears. You see there's a witness mark there, and it needs to line up with that witness mark. This is your kickstart shaft. So some of the gears have marks on them, and you have to line them up that way, or else you'll never get it timed right. Washer, new OEM locking washer, and then the nut. This nut's gonna have a torque spec, guys. We're gonna have to look that up. So we're gonna have to crank this down to 60 foot-pounds. So we've pulled our whole clutch pack out so we can hold the inner basket. We've got our Motion Pro basket holder. Right there, perfect. So now we can go ahead and bend one of these tabs over. I like to use the channel locks to do that. Just grab a hold here. There, now she won't back out. When you're putting your clutch back together, guys, it goes friction plate, then a steel plate, then a friction plate, if I can get it in there, the steel plate, and so on until they're all gone. Another thing to note is you want to soak your plates in oil. Just get a new liter of oil. I have a liter I use for things like soaking clutch plates, and I just keep reusing it because there's nothing wrong with it. It's brand new oil. It's never been in a motor. It's just to soak into the brand new clutch plates. So when you're dealing with the clutch springs, I like to use a nut driver. That way it hits and bottoms out, and you can actually get some force on there to push that spring in and get it started. If you use a deep socket, the screw ends up flying all the way up, and then you can never get it. So we're going to put the water pump seals and bearing in. I want you guys to note the seal. So this side needs to go like towards the water, and this side towards the oil. So we're going to press the first seal in. There comes with two seals. One seal is for the outside. This one's for the inside. It gets pressed down in there. Like that. Make sure it's seated all the way flush. So I'll try and show you guys. Inside here, so we've pressed the seal into that side, and then the bearing goes here. Inside, there's a weep hole. So if that seal lets go, you'll get oil dripping out of here. And if the other seal lets go, you'll get coolant dripping out of here. So that'll let you know right away if your seals are gone, which is a good thing. We'll take our needle nose pliers and our bearing. We're going to drop our bearing into the case. Our bearing's been in the freezer, so it might go in pretty easy. We didn't heat up this case, but we could. So same thing we did before. We're going to put grease around these bolts and around the pins in case something's screwed up and we have to take it back off. We want to be able to take it back off. So just a little bit of waterproof grease, just lightly. I've had this before have to come off because somehow I bumped the kickstart shaft and maybe knocked the spring out. We're going to be closing the motor up, guys, so if you get this far and you have a whole bunch of extra parts, you probably need to stop and ask yourself where those parts go. And hopefully you've been following some sort of manual to help you get your motor back together, or diagrams at least, and make sure a washer's not in the wrong spot like I did on that transmission. The grease helps your gasket stick and not shift around too. Pretty close. The bolts will pull that together. You can see where we fixed the weld there. Looks really good, doesn't interfere. We've went ahead and polished this case a little bit, not enough to cause, what is that? Just enough. Let's get the bolts in it and get her bolted up. Just encourage the guide pin to go home. Perfect. These water pump bolts are also part of the case. So they don't just hold the water pump. They help hold the case together. Our big hopes and dreams of doing the top and bottom end in this video, well, they didn't happen. The bottom end gave us some trouble with the transmission. I did not see the two washers stuck together. I thought it was just one washer. And then when I was looking through the tranny, I saw the C-clip and I thought that was the washer. So it really threw me for a loop. I have seen transmissions fail like that before, and usually it's a washer, but usually the washer that's causing the problem is just non-existent. That's what I've come across. Anyway, like and subscribe on the videos, guys. Leave a comment down below. What I want to know is, what color do you think we should do the clutch cover? I'm a big fan of like that burnt bronze copper color that everybody does. I do it too. It's a nice color. But if you guys have any ideas, let me know. Leave a comment. Also, let me know what you guys do, if there's anything I didn't do that you guys do when you're putting your bottom ends together, so we can all learn from it. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, we're going to be putting a brand new Vertec piston in the top end of Project 93. So if you guys have been following along, you'll have seen we reassembled the power valve inside the cylinder. The cylinder's been rehoned, so we'll just give you a quick recap. You can see the brand new cross hatching. This cylinder actually has an iron sleeve in it. It doesn't have the nickel sill, which is good because we can easily hone it and keep putting pistons in. Nice. So one thing that you have to start with is, when you're doing a new piston, is you got to check your rings. And the big thing, guys, I'll try and show you, the rings are labeled. Both our rings are exactly the same, but you can see the letter there. Sometimes it's an R, and this time it's a T. So we're gonna make sure that T goes up when they're on the piston, but we have to size them in the cylinder. So you're gonna need a set of feeler gauges so you can check the gap in between the rings. So always refer to the instructions that come with your brand of piston. Now the Vertec one, there's standard numbers. If you have an OEM piston, it won't come with instructions, but the OEM piston, you can refer to the Honda manual or Yamaha manual or whatever. So you simply want to put put your ring in and crush it and get it inside the cylinder. And then you can push it with the piston. It should fit pretty tight, and that way it'll be perfectly level. Then you can take your feeler gauge. 0.13 is the maximum ring gap I think we're allowed to have, and that fits perfect actually. So that's exactly what we want to see. So you guys can see we've got the ring down in there, and this is 0.013 or 0.330 millimeters. So we're gonna stick it in, and you can, I don't know if you guys can see it so good, it's really hard to film, but it just touches. So that is perfect. So when we're dealing with a brand new piston, I'm trying to show you guys. This one sometimes has an in and an out. So in is obviously where the intake comes on the cylinder, and the out is the exhaust. The arrow is pointing towards the flow on this one, and the B I think is representing, I don't know, back. I'm not really sure. But another way to check is on these CRs is this solid face needs to be on the exhaust, and this side needs to be on the intake. So yeah, they're sometimes represented differently. Refer to the manual that comes with it. It'll explain it. So now we're gonna install the rings. What you don't wanna do is start peeling them around the piston. We're gonna use a little assembly lube. Hopefully it doesn't spill like it did in the last video. But we're gonna put a little bit of assembly lube on our fingers. You can wear gloves for this, but we're just gonna put a little bit of assembly lube down in the ring gaps. Just like that. And then we'll have some on our fingers. And we want to make sure the letter is up towards the top of the piston. We don't want to push it on. We want to actually expand the ring. So I'm grabbing it with my fingers. I'm expanding it. Oh, do a little more. Just enough to get it on. We don't want to scratch the top of the piston. We're going to keep expanding it and put it in the bottom ring. Come on. There. Oh, pull this side. You don't want to use a set of pliers. And then every piston is going to have a spot where that ring needs to rest. This bottom one needs to rest right there. There's a small, I'll show you. So on the bottom one, there's the indent where the two need to come together. And then it will seal up perfect on that spot. That's the tricky part when you're getting your piston back in the bike, is you have to keep that one lined up there and this one lined up over here. But let's get the other ring on. Just like that. Next step's going to be installing our roller bearing into our brand new crank. So we're going to apply some assembly lube inside the crank. Just move it around. If something gets down in the motor, that doesn't matter. That's good. That's fine. And then we'll rip open our little package. Lots of assembly lube on the outside. We want to put a little bit on the inside. Take my finger and I'm going to roll it into the bearings. I'm just rolling it around. I don't want this to have a dry start. I want it to be lubed up when it first initially starts. And it simply rests inside there. You guys can see we've got lots in there. We want to just make sure it fits and feels good. There's no hard spots. The bearing's brand new. Of course it's going to be good, but that's what we want to make sure. So on the back side of the piston, we've already installed the clip, the little C-clip. We'll show you how to install it on this side. But first thing we got to do is put more assembly lube inside the piston so we can put the wrist pin in. So we're going to lube it up really good in there. We get some lube stuck in the other side for when the wrist pin comes through. And smear it around with your finger again. Make sure the bearing is good. It is. So now, on the side that doesn't have the wrist pin, we're going to have to install the pin, or sorry, the clip. And we're going to be putting the clip in just to where it's going to start connecting. And we're going to drop it on the piston and then install this, sliding it through everything till it touches. Perfect. Double check your arrow, make sure it's pointing the right way towards exhaust. Now the most important part when you're doing your top end is this rag is your best friend. You need to get a rag, a good clean rag or an old shirt that's been washed, that's clean. We need to cover this area because we're going to put that little pin in, or that little clip. And 9 times out of 10, that little clip's going to pop out. And then 100% chance that that clip's going to go down in the bottom exactly where you don't want it. Because you won't be able to get it out. You'll have to take your whole motor apart to try and get that stupid clip out. So let's just plug it off really good, and then we'll put that little clip in. All right, so we've got plenty of assembly lube. If you don't have the assembly lube, guys, either order some, buy some, or you can use 2-stroke oil, like your premix that you would be normally having mixed in your fuel. You could lube that up on a 2-stroke. And that'll give you lots of lubricant inside there, so you don't have to worry about a dry startup. Make sure our pin is all the way back. We're gonna set our clip in. Keeping our finger on it so it doesn't go flying, hopefully. With my little screwdriver, little baby screwdriver. Trying to be extra cautious not to gouge the piston. We don't want to gouge it up. Get in there. It's in there, and then, but there's a clip. I'm going to try and zoom in to show you. There's a groove that this has to ride in. It's not riding in it over here. So we're just pushing it. There, it's in the groove. Now it can't stay here. We have to move it to either 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock. When I'm talking about a hook, I'm talking about something like this with a little pick on it. The dental stuff I use is a little bit too weak. So these ones work pretty good. They're actually a pretty high quality. And we're just gonna slide it around till it lets us get it up there. Making sure it's in the groove. We got our piston on. Time to get rid of our rag. Make sure your surface is good and clean. Now, back to the good old grease trick. So we got our waterproof grease. What I mean by the grease trick is getting a light coating of grease around the surfaces where the gasket needs to stick so that we can always have that safety of being able to remove it. And it helps stick the gasket down, which is really good. Putting grease, not a whole lot. I got it pretty thick in some spots. We're gonna wipe all that off, the extra. It's gonna go a long way. We'll just take a clean paper towel. Go ahead, we dropped a little bit of excess inside the cylinder. We don't want that. We don't want it in the bottom end. I don't think it would really hurt anything. I just, I've always done it. I've always cleaned it off, you know? So do what works for you. I'm sure other guys are saying, no, you don't need no grease. And some guys are saying, oh, don't use grease, use silicone. You do what works for you. Hopefully you guys have been following along and seeing the mess of silicone that was inside this motor. And that's why I don't use the gasket maker and the silicone, and because I found more messes than I've ever found good bikes. So we've got our piston up the top dead center. We've got our gasket. This one's really easy because the gasket is pretty clear how it goes. Just make sure the power valve isn't blocked. These are the inlet holes for coolant. And underneath, some guys panic because they're like, oh, it doesn't have holes cut out for those valleys. Well, those valleys don't actually do anything. They're just voids. So we're gonna put a little more grease around the top, so when the cylinder comes on, it'll all sit nice and pretty. So now is the real fun and tricky part. Lining up the piston rings. We're gonna move some stuff out of the way. We're gonna lube up the outside of the piston. Okay, we're gonna get lots of assembly lube. We don't want to scratch that perfectly done, honed cylinder that we did. So we're gonna put lots of assembly lube. Assembly lube's cheap compared to pistons. I do not want to scratch it or ding it or do anything like that. And I don't want it to be dry inside the cylinder when it comes for first startup. That is the big important deal, right? All right, my hands are slippery. That must mean we're done. It's kind of a two-person job, but when you're a one-man show, this is what you struggle with. So we've got the rings collapsed. They will only go in one way. It's just a trick. If I can get my fingers right. And we're gonna take the cylinder. That's why they make a tool. I've never used it. There, we've got the rings in the piston. Hopefully you guys can see that. Or the rings in the cylinder. And then it's a matter of bringing this straight down. That's why we want it at top dead center. We don't want it off to one side because you'll spin the crank. And then that becomes an issue. So down she goes. Well, hopefully, I'm gonna have to lift it back up. I think my, yeah, it's not in the right spot. There we go. I think it should go. We're down on the one side. Why are we not down on the other? The guide pin is just sticking. So the guide pin's catching a little bit. I can see it. We're gonna put the nuts on and start bringing the cylinder down. sealing up perfect. Those guide pins were just sticking a little bit. So we don't want to go uneven. We want to go pretty even with the cylinder. Like if I'm doing a quarter turn or a half turn on one, I'll go around. See, now this one's loose. We'll snug it up. Do a quarter turn. About the same on each one until the cylinder's down flush. Then we'll snug them up and then we'll actually torque them. So with the Motion Pro tool on our torque wrench, we actually need to set it at 16 inches with the math in order to hit 20 inches, foot-pounds of torque. So we put it on, boom, 20. 20. Yeah, we're already there. There we go, 20. So one of our studs is actually loose. I can take it out by hand. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys how to torque them in. You wanna put a nut on upside down. And it's pretty straightforward, but maybe some of the guys have never done it and they don't know. Maybe they got one broken or something's loose on their bike. So we put a wrench underneath and a wrench on top and we tighten the nuts together, okay? So now those nuts are tight and now I can turn it like I have a wrench on it. And I'm gonna put the torque wrench on there and torque this to spec. So the actual torque spec on these is 29 foot-pounds for this year. And we've got this set to 20, so once these are tight together, you can put your torque wrench on and go to 20 foot-pounds to torque in your studs. And then we'll break the nuts and put the head on. So when it comes to the head gasket, guys, you see how there's indents? These are indented. One side they're raised. The raised side needs to go up. That's the key. Don't put this on the wrong way. The raised side goes up. So we'll place our gasket, the metal gasket, with the bumps up. That's the important part, guys. And now we've got our cylinder all clean, or sorry, the head for the cylinder all clean. We're gonna go ahead and place it on and get our new nuts on there. We're just gonna snug them all up by hand. Then we're gonna torque them down with the torque wrench to 20 foot-pounds in a cross pattern, like a star pattern. Maybe it's better to explain it. We'll start right here. Come over. We'll just go around and double check. At 20, everything's torquing out perfect. Perfect. We're pretty much done. All that's left now is to put a brand new spark plug in. That way we know it's a brand new one. We don't forget in case we don't take it back out. But we have a brand new plug in here, all ready to go for when we get this motor back in the bike. And install our reed cage just to help block off the hole. Well, the motor's back together. Now all we're waiting for is the frame to come back from powder coat. And then we'll be able to start jamming this motor back in and hopefully get her fired up and we can see how it runs. I have no questions about this motor. I think it's gonna be really good. I'm pretty excited that we were able to fix it. That's still a pretty big thing for me, but the cylinder went on like nothing. Top ends usually go pretty quick. It's the bottom ends that give you more trouble. There's a lot more parts. But anyway, guys, like and subscribe on the videos. Leave a comment down below. If you guys didn't know that Motion Pro wrench existed, or if there's another tool I don't know exists for putting stuff back together that makes it easier Any little tips or tricks, leave the comment. Let's talk about it and get the word out there. But thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. The frame's back from powder coat, guys. We're gonna be getting the steering stem bearings in the front end of this bike and getting the whole front end back together, along with redoing the front suspension. So when you buy your new bearings, guys, they'll come like this. You get your bearing itself, and you have this race that the bearing has to sit in, like so. Okay, and it's tapered, and we need to install these into the bike. Now we have a special tool that we're gonna hammer it in with, but we don't wanna just start beating it in. We wanna try and warm this up. Now I've seen guys do it with a torch, and the issue with using a torch is this is a brand new painted frame. So we're gonna use a heat gun to try and expand this a little bit, have this all set with a little bit of grease around it, and then we're gonna hammer it in. There's a lip, and I'll show you guys where it needs to go. So what we're trying to do is just heat that up so that it expands, and we don't want to use a flame because we're going to hurt our paint job. We're going to take a little bit of our waterproof grease. I've been using this one for a while. It's just it lasts a long time. Get yourself some grease. Then we just put a light coating in there, and then we're going to take the bearing, or the race, sorry, and put a little bit on it with our finger. Now, these gloves don't really fit me. They're a pain in the butt. But I got a cut on this hand. I'm trying to keep the grease out of the Band-Aid so it keeps holding up. We'll set it in there. We'll take our driver, place it on top, and simply drive it into the frame. You can hear that sound change because our race is set all the way down. And you can check it, make sure it is. If you need to give it another tap, go ahead, but she's all the way in there. So we've gone ahead and flipped our frame over, and we're gonna repeat this process for the other side. And same deal, you get your package open, you get a brand new bearing and a brand new race. We're gonna heat it and install the race. The key with this, guys, is you can see it's got a taper to it that slides in, and this side doesn't. So the taper needs to go out to accept the bearing. So the bearing slides in. Same thing, want to put a little grease, and you guys can see, I'll use the back side of the brush here. That lip is where we have to press it down to. So we're gonna put a little bit of grease in there. I know it's kind of melting. That's okay, I'd rather have some in there than nothing. And then we'll take our race, and get it greased up, right? A little bit of grease just to help it slide in. It's warm, don't burn your hands, or it should be warm. And we'll get our driving tool and simply drive it in. And when I'm talking about being all the way down, guys, it's a matter of visually inspecting and feeling with your finger. You could use a pick and feel if there's a gap between the race you just installed and the ledge it needs to sit against. It needs to be inset so that the bearing goes up into there and makes a nice tight seal. So our next step is with our brand new bearing. We need to get grease down in behind this outer race. You can see there's no grease in it. So you gotta jam grease down in there. And the easiest way to do that is put a wad of grease in your hand and simply keep cupping it, and it'll ooze out. So I'm gonna do that and show you guys. We'll take our waterproof grease, get a gob of it. I'm right-handed. If you're left-handed, do it the other way, whatever. I put it in the palm of my hand. This is how I've always been shown to do it, is just scooping it and pushing it into my hand. We've got a pile of grease, we scoop it back out. It's hard to film this and do it, but we're just simply packing it in. You can see it's starting to ooze out. It's like a cupping motion. Scoop, 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 scoop. seen guys try and push it down the shaft because we have to install this one onto the steering stem. And guys are trying to push grease into this lip. And just scoop it in. Like, yeah, it's greasy when you put it together. And I know you probably have a nice powder coated thing if you're redoing a bike or anything like that, but grease is easier to clean up than it is to replace your bearing that you just put in. Anyway, let's get it on the steering stem. All right, so we've got our steering stem, we've got our bearing, and we got the seal. Don't forget the seal. So the seal has to go on first on your steering stem, all the way down. Make sure it's a good clean area. Take your time, clean your parts. Then we put our bearing on. It'll slide back the top, but the bottom is like a 1-to-1 clearance fit. And you want to, I have this cool tool, but a pipe would work the same. And then this special tool has a thing, because you don't want to hit the outer race with all the bearings. You want to hit the inside part and drive it down. This is a pretty handy tool. I did a bunch of them without it and just a pipe, but this one works, and it works for all sorts of different bikes. It comes with different colored connectors in case you need it. And then you simply drive it down. You hear the noise change. We're always at the bottom, I guess. Take it apart and take a look. So what we're looking for is to make sure it's sealed there on the bottom. We got our seal on, the bearings all the way down, and that'll be perfect. And we're gonna do the same thing to the top bearing so that we can get this all installed. Now, I make a heck of a mess every time I do these. They make a cool tool, actually. There's a tool, so if you feel like I don't have the tool, but I have seen it. And what you do is you fill the tool with grease, you put your bearing on it, you push down, and it shoves grease all into every one of these bearings. It's like it's good for wheel bearings and stuff like that on trailers. I've seen it. Now I've only ever done the 2 all the time. So I guess if you had a trailer with like 3 axles, that's 6 wheels to do. That's a lot of bearings. So that tool would probably come in handy. Plus, you probably wouldn't make one hell of a mess like this. But this works. And don't be afraid to use extra grease. Worst case, it's going to be down in there helping the life of the bike. The next guy and the next 3 guys that own this bike that never do their proper maintenance will be happy you did. Because that's usually what happens. Anybody who's restored bikes knows that maintenance doesn't get done. We're just going to set that on a lid, and I'm going to ditch these horrible gloves because I can't touch anything. So all it is now is a matter of sliding this up in there and then putting our other bearing in that's covered in grease. Try and slide it down. Then there's a seal. So the seal, you can see it's got like a little bowl to it. Hopefully you guys can see. And the seal, we need to put the bowl side down to hold all that grease in. Just like that. Man, I got a heck of a mess going on. Hopefully we can clean it off, all that white. Then there's this fancy nut that holds it all together. We'll snug that up once we get the rest of it set. Perfect. Now it's a matter of installing the top. Once you have your seal and bearing in and your collar there, slide the top on. Perfect. And there's a washer. And then the nut goes on. Get the nut to drop into the threads properly, fine threads. We're not going to torque any of this down just yet. We want the front suspension in to kind of help us align it. But there is torque settings. But we'll get to that. But that's basically changing your steering stem bearings. They're pretty simple. Well, we've got the build here in this position. We're going to install the rubber clamps or the rubber mounts that help with the gas tank mount. They go on simply like that. And how I clean these guys is I soap and water them, scrub them right up, and then I'm gonna be honest, I use SC1 and really clean them so they look brand new. That's what SC1 does. Now I've seen that new Tusk stuff, but they won't ship it to me up here in Canada. So if you guys can get a chance to try that Tusk brand stuff, it's like $5 a can. I'd love to know how that stuff works. All right, when it comes to this 93 suspension, our first step's gonna be breaking this cap free and draining out the fluid that's in there. Let's see if I can do this without putting it in the clamp. No. We're gonna break this free. Hopefully our soft jaws will hold it. Yeah, they will. This is really easy to just loosen when they're still in the clamps on the bikes, guys. If you're just doing your fork seals or rebuilding your shock. I'm gonna actually pull it out of the vise so that I can do it on the floor. There. This cap is under spring tension, but this is not. So now we should be able to dump this into our bucket. There's not much in there, and it is black. Now, this is the biggest pain in the ass part, is you've got to kind of hold this up and pull the spring down and slide a 17 mil wrench on here so you can loosen the cap off so you can start taking it all apart. This has to come off in order to change the fork seals. I don't know a better way to do it. There we go. We've got our wrench on there. Hopefully we can do it by hand. If not, we will use the impact. No. Use our impact. There we go. Do not put it back together with the impact. That's bad. We'll push down and pull our wrench out. And remove our spring. So now that we have it, the cap off, we can tilt it. There's probably a little oil left in it. Remove the main shaft. We're going to take out the inner rod. Behind that, there's another couple little pieces, like a spring that goes on another piece. We're going to wipe this off so we don't get stuff everywhere. Put it over here. All right. Now that we've got all the rest of the oil out of it, I'll try and show you guys what I was talking about. There's a little, I'll show you better on the camera. There's a little piece in there, like a little valve. It looks like this. It goes in like that with the spring on it. It goes down inside there. We need to set that off to the side. Try and wipe up some of this mess. We're going to go ahead and remove the dust seal. Just a matter of a flat screwdriver and pushing it down. Now inside of here there's a little clip. So hopefully you guys can see the little clip. You need to remove that clip. Get it down. Now we should be able to pop it apart. Once you get your dust seal and the clip out of there, it really is just a matter of force ramming this apart. But you gotta watch out, you can get oil all over the place. Just like that. And our next step is going to be getting off the bushings. There's two bushings, here and here. I like to just barely get my pick under there and get it over the edge, just barely. And then you can start kind of sliding it off by hand, just like that. Perfect. Set that in our pile. The next one comes off easy. Then there's a washer. And then the old seal that's leaking. So that seal's no good, these red ones. And we'll take off these other two parts, the outer seal and the ring. We'll go ahead and give this a good clean, and we're going to inspect it for any major dings. And if we have to, maybe some steel wool, and we'll try and buff out any little marks. If they're really, really bad, you may have to get them recoated. But that's pretty expensive. You might be better off looking at a donor bike at that point. All right, when it comes to the reassembly, we have a neat little tool from Motion Pro. They make these caps. The whole kit is pretty cheap. You slide it over so that your seals don't get damaged when you're installing them. We'll slide our dust seal on, then we'll slide on our ring that clips it in. We'll slide on our new seal, and always, guys, the bottom of the seal goes down. That way dirt's not getting up inside the bike. We'll slide our dust seal on. Next, our O-ring. Nope, we can take this off now. It's only to protect the seals. Next, we install the O-ring, like I said. Then we can go ahead and put on our retainers back on. The outside coating on this one is wore pretty good. We're going to end up replacing them. The kit's pretty cheap. You just get new ones, and then the outside coating's good. The inside on this one's brand new, but the one side wears on each one. The outside of this one and the inside of the other. We got the inner bushing goes on. It slides on, no problem. The outer bushing, we've got some oil on it, and we're going to put it on. It just slides in, and it'll actually clip in that spot, and that's what we want. Now it's a matter of putting the other tube back on and driving this in to get it to seal properly. I'll show you guys how we're going to do it. So we've got our inner bushing and the O-ring going in, then the seal. The dust seal, the outer cover, and the other part gets to stay down here for now. So we're going to push that seal in as far as we can by hand. And it's pretty good there. Now, this is a Motion Pro seal driver. And the problem is that this one's too big. It's for a 46 and 47. But we're still going to be able to use it. What we've done is, in this situation, I wish I had the right seal driver, but I do not have a seal driver. I don't do a lot of these older bikes with the 42 mil or 43 mil forks, I guess is what they are. So I've taken the seal, this seal that comes out, and I've cut it in half with a hacksaw, okay? And you can put that seal on here, on top of your new seal, so you're not destroying your new seal with one that doesn't fit, okay? And then we're gonna ram that in. We're gonna put it on the ground and really jam it in there because we don't have the proper tool. Trust me, I recommend you get the proper tool. But if you're in a pinch, I've done this before and we're doing it now. So you'll get to see if it works or not. All right, so what we've got is our wrong size seal driver. You need something to jam that seal in. And I've already done it, but the camera didn't record. So I'm gonna try and show you again. Is I've put the old seal on top. And then I've taken the seal driver and drove the old seal in because I can't fit my seal driver inside of this column. But that seal will. So I've jammed it in. Now that the old seal is flush and the other seal is driven all the way down. So now it's a matter of getting our seal driver off. I don't recommend this, guys. I recommend, like, this is kind of, I'm in a pinch and I don't want to order the proper tool because I'm only going to do it once. If you own this bike and you're going to keep it for a long time, seals are something that's normal. And you should buy the proper seal driver if you're going to do the work. Or if you plan on doing a lot of bikes, you should have the proper seal driver. Now we take our little pick though, and on this seal that we've cut in half, we're just gonna grab it. If I don't stick my head in front of the camera, we're gonna grab the seal. I can't really see it with these, we're just gonna pop it out. Pop the one half out. We'll pop the other half out, nice and easy. And then we can install the little clip. So it's definitely drove back far enough. I can see the ring that the clip needs to sit in. So we'll just simply pinch one side, put it in, pinch the other, get it into the lip, take our little flat screwdriver and just push it back into the, till it clicks. Click, click. Perfect. So now that seal, that little ring we put in, holds the suspension together. Now we'll go ahead and install the dust seal. You should be able to just pinch it in. Sometimes it's a brand new seal. We'll put a little bit of grease on the outside of the dust seal. It's what's basically going to clean all the dirt to try and prevent most of the dirt from getting up inside the pocket. A little more grease here. Not against using grease. Just makes it easier on me when I push this up in, and when after you ride the bike, you should pull your dust seals and clean them. There's a bunch of companies now making all sorts of different things that can go up inside and scrape out any dirt that might have got in there. Really extends the life of your seals. So now it's basically a reverse of what we did to take it apart. Make sure our 17 mil thing is snug on there. It's kind of a pain because I don't have a wrench that small. I had to shave this one in order to get it to work. But our little plunger with the spring goes down, spring, then the plunger slides onto it. Then we'll slide it down the tube. Then our long tube goes down to hold it in place. Then our spring, and your spring's tapered, it only goes on one way. And we need to keep this inside out of the inside of the shock, pull this down and lock it in place with this 17 mil wrench. Something like that. Perfect. Now, we can take our cap, make sure you go over the O-rings, check them, make sure they're in good shape. These ones are in really good shape. I think somebody might have done the shocks before, but just the seals, the dust caps and seals were no good. So now we're going to put this on, holding the nut, get a 30 mil socket and tighten it up. Tighten them against each other. That's really good. Perfect. So we got our old seal and our shock is standing up in the vise. We're going to use our old seal as a spacer. Push it down to there. We're going to start filling this up. It needs 550 milliliters for a 93. I've looked it up. So that is the area we want to be in. That's what we put in the other shock, and that's what we're going to put in this one. So we've just got our 5-weight oil. We buy this in bulk off of our suspension guy. If you have a suspension guy, he'll probably sell you the oil. It's probably the same oil you have in your shocks if you have a suspension guy. We're going to fill it up with half, 250 mil. We're going to dump it in and try and bleed some of the air out. You need to take the air screw out in order to bleed it on this shock. So 250 cc's, same as 250 milliliters. Perfect. Nice and pink compared to the dirty gray sludge that came out of it. Your fork oil, you need to change it. What we're doing now, guys, we're taking out the air screw on the top. Check my other videos. It should be a normal maintenance thing, pulling the air screw out so you can bleed the air out of your forks. And then what we're going to do, from what I understand on this style shock, this is the first ones I've ever done like this, so that's why I don't have the tools. So we want to compress it and let it come back up. We want to hold it over with our hand. I can hear it bubbling. We want to do that a few times until it becomes consistent, that there's no like air pocket. And if any of you guys are suspension guys out there and have any better tips of doing these older shocks, let me know, because like I said, I've never done them. So I'm reading along with the book here, trying to figure out how to do it. That's pretty similar to some of the other stuff I've worked on, but different at the same time. The newer style ones I like a lot better. Now, I haven't really figured out the best way to do this, but it's just a matter of getting our, with the aluminum frames, I can clamp them down a little easier. With these steel frames, it'll be a little tricky, I think. Oh. I'm gonna try and wedge a screwdriver in there just to give us a little more. There we go. Perfect. All right. We're on the other side. We'll try and get this one in. Hopefully it goes easier. Yeah. Putting your forks in shouldn't be a struggle. It should go pretty smooth. We're just going to tap on the Yeah, that's the problem, is that it's like they've been over tightened before. That's eyeball close. Not close enough, but good enough for what we're doing right now. Well guys, that's it for the steering stem bearing and fork seal video. Now I've never done older shocks like this. I've never taken them apart. So it was different. I had to read the book and understand what was going on, and that's why it's good to have a manual to work from in case you do run into like, what is this and what does it do? I'm by no means a suspension guy. I get my personal bikes done, the weight set for me, by a suspension guy, so that way the bike just works perfect for me. I can do fork seals, I can change springs, sure, but I don't know any of the stuff on how to figure out what the best settings are for a guy in your riding style. That's what the experts do. So if you're looking for that, go see the experts. But if you just want to change your fork seals because the experts already did your bike, that's how we can show you how to do that. Anyway, leave a comment down below, guys. I'd love to know what you guys think, or if there's anything you guys use, or if you've seen that little trick with an old seal to drive your new seal in if you're in a pinch. Let me know. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Project 93 is really coming together. I'll show you guys how we got this far. So when we're dealing with the swing arm bearings, our first step, we've already pulled the shafts and the collars. We're gonna get the seals out. We got this handy seal puller. It actually works pretty good. We get all of our seals up and out of the way. And there's a set of washers, special washers that go through on each bearing. Thrust washers and sorts of stuff. It's a matter of now trying to push the bearing out of there. So what we've got set up is we've got a 19 mil socket that just barely misses the race. Like it catches the outer race of the bearing. And we're gonna crush it and try and push it, the bearing out this way, but we're only gonna be able to go as far as the block without putting something bigger in. My vise really isn't big enough to be doing this kind of stuff, but there it goes. We just crank on her till we're pressing that bearing out of there. Once it hits the vise, I have to readjust. But you can see we're slowly pressing it through. So what we've done is we've pressed the bearing all the way in our vise. If you had a bigger vise, you could put a large socket on the one side and then keep pressing it until the bearing fell out into the large socket. My little vise here, I don't have the ability to fit 2 sockets in. That takes up a lot of room. You need a pretty big vise. So what we've done is we've pressed it all the way we can and then created a lip. And then we have an aluminum bar. And we take that aluminum bar and we rest it against the edge of the bearing. We rest our swing arm on the blocks and we're going to drive the bearing out. I'm going to hold this with my foot a little bit. There she goes. That bearing's out of there. So now that we've got our bearings out, this swing arm has seen better days, obviously. It is scratched up, just beat down. Looks like somebody tried to clean it. I don't know what they've done, but whatever they did, I don't like it. So we're gonna have to try and polish this back up. And that's a lot of work. But first thing, we're gonna get rid of these stickers. So if you have a lot of stickers, old stickers on stuff, like your swing arm that's aluminum, heat it up with the heat gun. We're gonna get her good and hot, and then we're gonna try and peel it off. If you just try and peel it off, it just makes a mess and it's a real pain in the butt. So once it's warmed up, we're gonna try and get under it with a little pick. This sticker's really good. That's the problem. Might need to get her even hotter. Here we go. It's the hard part about doing bikes is we've done the frame so good. It looks so good with the new powder coat and all the parts all buffed up. It's hard to sometimes restore some of these parts, and it's easier to go look on eBay or wherever to find one that's not as beat up. And by all means, if you got the funds to do that, you go right ahead. But the price really starts to climb on these builds when you're dealing with stuff like that, like all the little things. And where do you draw the line, and how nice are you gonna make the build? So we got some sticker residue. We're gonna take some alcohol on a rag and wipe that off. So the next step that we're gonna be dealing with, guys, and this is a good example here, is there's a big rolled over piece of aluminum here, some nicks and dings here. We're actually gonna take a file and work these off, get them cleaned up. And then we're gonna have to start working this with some sandpaper. But we're gonna deal with getting these high spots knocked off. So I don't know how true this is, but I've heard stories of WD-40 and a Scotch-Brite pad being able to clean your aluminum swing arm better than anything else out there. So we're gonna give it a try. Now, I'm a huge fan of the Autosol, as you guys have seen, but let's try this WD-40 thing. I don't know how much I'm supposed to sand this. I haven't done anything else to this frame yet. Oh, this swing arm frame. So let's see how that looks. Let's get some paper towel and wipe it off. I'm curious. That's not that bad. at all. I'm actually kind of impressed. Huh. WD-40 and a Scotch-Brite pad. Yeah, it's actually kind of impressive. I think we're gonna keep trying it and see what it does. We'll just put some more WD-40. We buy our WD-40 in bulk and put it in a little spritzer because all of the custom exhausts that we buy are raw metal. And it's the best way to wipe them down after you wash your bike to not have rust. So we'll see. I'm just going with the direction like I would want. I don't think this is going to give me a polish. Not like a mag polish, but it's definitely picking out all the scratches. So I haven't been cleaning this too long. Like I am really impressed actually. It was really scratched up, like swirly. Somebody tried to clean it, and that's just WD-40 and a Scotch-Brite, like a fine Scotch-Brite pad going over it, and it actually looks pretty good. I'm trying to clean off some of the WD-40 so I can see what it's like, but you know, compared to that's what it was like, that other side's pretty amazing actually. Like that is on there, that's nothing yet. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see. So I think we did pretty well on cleaning up the frame. It was pretty beat up. You guys can remember, obviously, you just seen it. We spent some time on it, did the WD-40 thing. It worked pretty good. Lots of Scotch-Brite, and that's as good as we're going to be able to get this this swing arm. So we're going to press the new bearings in and get her ready to get back on the bike. So our swing arm bearing kit comes with a little thing of grease. There's some sort of lifetime warranty, replacement warranty on these bearings. I don't really know about that, but one thing to note is you see the writing on these bearings? Well, that faces towards the outside of the swing arm. So it'll be one bearing, pretend this is a bearing, one bearing that way and one bearing that way, and the writing faces towards the outside. There's a little bit of taper, and then this side's nice and flat. And that flat side gets a bunch of washers pressed up against it. So we're gonna fill this thing with the grease, mush it around just like when we do the steering stem bearings, and get it all worked in there, and then get these into the swing arm. Oh, it's red grease, fancy red grease. Put a bunch in there, and just packing it in. Just rolling the bearing around, pressing as I go. If you don't have the fancy red grease that comes with these bearings, just normal waterproof grease like we would use would be sufficient. Maybe if I don't use this fancy red grease though, maybe they won't warranty it. So we're gonna use the red grease because that's what they sent. We got lots of grease in there, lots of grease on the outside of the bearing. We're gonna go ahead and try and just start it by hand. There she goes. So we're just using the vise to help us press that bearing in nice and straight. It's a really, really tight fit. We're gonna press it as far as we can. We've got it all the way in we can go without using a socket. So now, open our vise back up, because it's got to be flush to this edge on the inside here. And we still got a ways to go. So we're going to have to use a socket behind it to help push it. So in our case here, we're 19 mil or a 3/4. It's the same. But you size your socket to what you size your socket to what you need for your bike. Because just because we're using a 19, maybe yours is a different style, different size. Maybe yours is an 18, I don't know. And I'm looking through the bearing here to see when it's flush because it's pressing pretty hard. which is good. To loosen it off and get a better look. A little bit more. So we pack the inside of the seal. The outside is solid. The inside of the seal has a lip. I'm going to fill that lip with grease. And then I'm going to press that in to the outside here. This is the outer seal, just like that. Then the parts are lined up like this. Outer seal, the pivot in there. Then you have your two plane washer. I'll flip it over so you can see. So then we have a plane washer. We'll get lots of grease on it. Goes on. We're going to grease up the thrust bearing washer, like a roller bearing. We'll make sure we got lots of grease on there. Then another washer. Then the seal. So we gotta do the same thing. Pack this seal with grease on the inside. Shove it on. It presses in around the outside. Just like so. If you can't get yours, maybe it's really stuck, you could use a washer that pushes, or sorry, a socket that pushes on the outside of the seal. And then this, we're going to put a little more grease. This is your like brass spacer collar. It goes in here and seals. Just like that. We'll do the same for the other side. So one thing that really helps a bike look new again is getting a new chain guide for the Swingarm. We got a UFO one. I've always used them. They're really, really good. So we're gonna try and slap this one on and see how it goes. So when it comes when you get these ones with the extra tab on them, I like to just use my side cutters. Simply snip it. All right, and I come across here, snip it off, and I'll actually round that out with a file to make it look a little bit more fluid, so it doesn't have these sharp edges from the side cutters. If you don't have a set of files, you can probably use sandpaper. This stuff's not that hard. We switched to a little bit more aggressive, like a rasp. Try and get a little bit more off. We're trying to be really gentle, not go too deep. And we're going to take the razor blade on this knife and just touch up the edges. That's not bad. So those little touches, taking that stuff off, that really adds a lot to a build. It wasn't needed, it's just an extra piece in case your bike had that instead of this one. But by removing it, you can see it just looks more natural. So the next thing we're gonna install is the steel guides that go on here. Ours are still haven't been scrubbed up. So we're gonna go ahead, we've soaking them in some simple green. We're gonna go ahead and scrub them up with a Scotch-Brite pad and get them all shiny, and then get them on this bike. So we've got our parts all cleaned up. They'll get mounted on there, but the screws, when we look at the screws, guys, they're kind of dull and faded. A little thing that I do is either use the Scotch-Brite pad and try and clean the head of the screw. Just kind of buff it up. That looks pretty good. We'll do that to all of them because that one's pretty grimy. Or some like 600 grit sandpaper if they're really like burred up. But the Scotch-Brite pad works pretty good. And then just simply install them back into the bike. You either need a really long screwdriver or a really short one to make this work out better. And I'm using a Japanese industrial standard screwdriver, not a Phillips. They just seem to fit better. All these screws are not Phillips. You might think they're a Phillips head. They're not a Phillips head. A Phillips usually works, don't get me wrong, but the Japanese industrial standard really sits in there and gets them, and that's how you don't strip them. Perfect. Next thing for Project 93 is we're going to install brand new chain adjuster, like to adjust the rear axle hardware. So before we do that, what we're going to do is use a thread chaser. This is just a cheap one that came with one of my bolt kits. I actually like them quite a bit because they're quick and easy. And I'll just go in with it and then back out and clean the threads to make sure there's no like little chunks of dirt or anything like that that could screw them up. So we've actually got a replacement chain guide. This one isn't in the best shape, but it's the closest one to OEM we could get. It is an OEM off of an 01 that we had just, we bought parts and we still had this. I don't have a brand new one. So we're gonna clean this up, this edge, so that it doesn't look like it's been mushed over when it's sitting on the bike. We'll get it all polished up. We're gonna get the rear chain slider installed now that we've polished it all up. It looks really good. We're gonna use another UFO product, the UFO chain slider block. These things are super affordable, like, and they just last forever. Like, I usually put them on all the builds. I've never wore one out even on my own bikes after 2-3 years of riding. And for the price of them, you know, I changed the chain before I changed the block for sure. Slides right in and fits the OEM cage. And it simply slides up in, and the cage goes on outer, and it just mounts like that. Project 93 is pretty much getting all new hardware. So by no means am I sponsored by Bolt hardware kits, okay? The Bolt brand. I haven't really used too many other brands. I buy the Bolt brands for the CRs, but let me give you a little tip. I bought the Kawasaki Bolt brand kit once, and it was garbage. It had none of the bolts I needed to do the bike. I would not recommend buying the Kawasaki one. Even if you're doing a Kawasaki, buy the Honda 2-stroke bolt kit, because it actually has bolts you want. So guys, we've got all the bearings and everything we need to rebuild this linkage. Obviously the long one goes for this, you know, and all the bearings, but we've got to get the seal out of this one. And you can see it's just loose and it's beat up, along with everything else with this bike. We've got a little bit of nicks and stuff like that we're gonna file off to make this back to new. Looks really good, sandblasted, nice clean part to work with. So let's pop that seal and then start installing this kit. So I got a special seal puller, and usually with seals it'll work really good. With these little seals, let me try and show you. Here, we'll go to the light a little better. So with these little seals, there's actually like a steel outer, and you need to get kind of under it. We're not going to be able to do it with this pick, but we're going to get a little flat screwdriver and get under that steel seal and pry against this part of the bushing and pop it out. I'll show you. Maybe I can do it right here if I don't stab myself in the hand. I'm just trying to get a little flat screwdriver under it, and there, I've got it, I think. I'm just going to squeeze it against that and try and work it out. You can see, there it goes. Anyway, the steel came flying out of there. We're gonna warm this up a little bit, and then we're gonna push that out with a socket. So when I say we're gonna push it out with a socket, we've got a socket here, and it fits in, but it fits in loose. You see that, guys? It's not 100%. That way I don't wedge the socket in there. So what I'm gonna do is clamp this sucker in the vise, then use the power of the vise to help push this out. We're gonna push it a little bit, see if it moves. Then we're gonna end up getting a bigger socket on the outside here to match the outside to push this bearing into. There it goes, pop. All right. So now it's all the way to this side. You can see we've shoved it. You could spray a little bit of PB blaster, like this bushing is so seized in there. And then we're gonna put a bigger socket on the outside if we can get our vise big enough to take everything. We're laughing. Hopefully you guys don't have a little 4-inch vise like me. Maybe you got a good 6-inch vise. That'll open up quite a bit farther. So hopefully you guys can see we've got a great big socket we're gonna put on the outside. And then we got the same socket. We're gonna put it on the inside. And we're gonna press that bushing clean into this socket, or that bearing. If I keep going, it'll just press itself out, and we're gonna press the new one in almost the same way. Just like that. Out she comes. The old one's sitting in this socket. Get some of our super duper Maximus waterproof grease. We're gonna put some grease in this hole and on the bearing itself. So now we're going to install the seals. Same, putting grease on the inside of the seal. Always on the inside. The flat side goes out. The inside has a lip for grease. We're going to put the grease on it, and we're going to press it in. Now these ones, okay guys, so I had to refer to my book. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. So I went to go press these seals in, and they actually don't go the way you believe they would go. They go opposite. So the little fluffy side that you would normally pack grease in isn't really a grease groove. It's to help seal it against the shock. So they go out, and the smooth side goes in. I had to look at the old seals that came out because I was like, what am I doing? But anyway, we've got her in there properly now. So now once you have your new seals in properly, there's a little steel piece, and it has a taper to it. I don't know if we can see it on camera. I'm trying to show you it, but it has a lip on the bottom here. There's a bigger lip than the top, so it needs to press in with obviously the bigger lip out. And it just pushes in just like that. As you can see from this side, there's a lip. Our bearing has to be flush with that lip. So when it comes to your rear shock, ours is really good. It doesn't need a rebuild up in here. Everything feels fine. What we're gonna worry about though is we need to put a new bumper on it because the other bumper was just rotten from sitting out in the rain and weather, and we removed it. So how do you get this off? You can try and spin it all day. So the key is going to be holding it, the shaft in a vise, holding this and then turning the nut. So we've got our shock in the vise. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna heat it just a little bit. We do not wanna heat the cylinder. It's under pressure, okay? We're just gonna heat the aluminum so it can break free because it's gonna have crud and stuff. So it's pretty warm. If yours is seized up, heat it up. Then we're gonna hold the nut, put our adjustable on top, and just, it's pretty warm, so I'm not gonna grab it with my bare hand. And we'll just spin it off the rest of the way. Then we'll put our wrench on. And if you're holding it tight enough in the vise, you're able to break it free. Ours is pretty loose, so we're lucky. We'll spin it off. It's still warm from heating. All right, so now we've got our shock out of the vise. We gotta take off this collar and basically install our new KYB bumper up onto here, put the collar back on. We're gonna clean up these threads just to get rid of any of the rust or anything that's in there. But other than that, this won't take too long at all. Oh shit. Yep. That just happened. I don't know what I was thinking. It was the little rod. I just touched the little rod and the rod fell out and started spraying oil all over the wall. So in Project 93 fashion, this bike really doesn't want to come together, guys, but we're gonna make it happen. Yeah. Well, continuing on. So anyway, guys, we're gonna tighten up this together, just like that. And then we can get our spring on. All right, so we'll reinstall our spring. Make note of the size difference, guys. The small side needs to go up. This side drops down so it can go over top of the ring. And drop this in, just like that. This goes up like that. Slides on like that. Everything kind of comes together. Bumper goes up, and we tighten up the preload setting. A few important things before we start mounting everything in the frame is going to be cleaning up around here in order for our coil to get a good ground so it actually works. There's a few other places that need to be touched up so parts will fit. We've already pre-checked where we need to sand off, but we want to clean up the frame, clean the powder coat off the frame, I should say, in order for our parts to fit a little better. And just to help us out, we're going to put a little grease on our front motor mount bolt. We're going to install the front bolt across here just so we can still pivot the motor. Just like that. Now the motor can't fall out of the frame. Pay close attention to the way this bolt slides into the frame, because on the frame it has a slide. We're gonna get a little punch, not to put in there, but just an aluminum punch to put on top of it and tap it into place. The last thing you wanna do on any dirt bike is put a tapered punch, like a point, in that hole and try and drive it, because you're gonna wedge your punch in there. I just use a flat aluminum one. This is just a piece of aluminum bar that I use. I've got to lift it up to get the threads in, just like that. And you can see there's a flat spot there built up of weld or metal. and that bolt slides right in like that. We'll go on the other side, put our nut on. We're gonna torque this down to spec once we get all the engine bolts back into place. So next, we're gonna install the linkage up into the swing arm. The swing arm pivots, the linkage isn't bolted in yet, it's just pushed in. And we're gonna line up, and there's guides, spacers. So we're gonna put the spacers on the proper sides. Make sure there's lots of grease. And those bushings, they don't need to be greased. They're just there to space out your bolt so it sits proper in the middle. So a little bit of the powder coat sticking on that hole. I must have missed it. We just had to hammer it through. It didn't hurt the threads. It just chipped off the extra powder coat. So if you do get your frame powder coated, guys, you may need to die grind or Dremel the holes out a little bit because there will be extra powder in some of the holes. We've done it to most of them, but we must have missed that one. We ordered some brand new OEM covers. There's no sense half-assing a build when you're in this deep. So we'll put those in. Well guys, if you've been following along with Project 93, I think you know we've been making some pretty good progress. We've got the motor back together and in the bike. We got the rear suspension back in the bike and all put back together. We did the swing arm, all the parts, got it fully assembled. Swing arm linkage and the swing arm bearings. So hopefully you guys, hopefully you got to learn something some way or the other, or you're just liking the entertainment of the series. But I appreciate you guys watching. Like and subscribe if you're not subscribed. It really helps the channel. It's good. But and leave a comment. Let me know if there's anything different that you guys do. Obviously, I say this in every video, but it really gets guys talking, and it helps a lot. I'm learning a bunch too from other guys, little things, and there's like, oh yeah, how come I didn't think of that? And it really helps guys out, I think. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Now I gotta clean this damn wall. In this video, guys, we've got to try and clean up this tank and try and get it back white. We've got a couple neat little tricks, and we've got to clean up this air box that somebody decided to paint black. So we've got a lot of work. Let's see how far we get. So this fuel tank's in pretty rough shape. It's really yellow. You know, we've stripped most of the paint off with the pressure washer, but we're gonna have to get in here and get rid of the rest of this. There's some cracks, so I don't know how well that's gonna go over. They're not leaking, and they don't seem to be all the way through, but we're gonna do our best to try and restore this. If not, we will replace the tank, but I think we can get away with cleaning this up. Now, I've seen some pretty amazing results with some pretty neat, different oddball techniques. So I'm gonna show you guys what we're gonna try. We're gonna find out together if it even works. So what we've got here, this is from Tusk, but it's just basically like a little chisel that you use for scraping gasket material. And we're gonna go around and just try and scrape the paint off, actually, because it's pretty thick in spots and we can get under it pretty easy. So I think that's gonna be our first venture here. It's a notorious problem with these 90s white tanks. The yellowing, it happens. It's just like an oxidization. So you can take a razor blade and scrape off all your high spots. And we've done this for a while on these tanks. You can see I'm just shaving it off, taking out any kind of big nicks or bumps. And then we have another process we're gonna try on this build to see if if we can get it really, really white. So after we go over it with a razor blade, we removed most of the paint. Like there's some spots in here I just can't get at without damaging the tank. And I don't really care so much about the inside, but we need to get the inside and all the visible spots back white. And hopefully we don't damage the tank doing it. Now you can buy a reproduction tank that's the right size, not those stupid oversized tanks. Look, I'm not a desert racer racing in the Baja, so I don't want a 40-gallon fuel tank on my bike. I want a stock size. I just want stock size tanks. And VMX is a company that does make really good reproductions. Some people say the Clarks are okay, but I've seen the Clarks. I don't know. I'd like to see one more in person. Sometimes they look a little goofy, the oversized tanks, but I don't know why companies aren't stocking the normal size tanks. I don't want the oversized tank, and I don't want to have to try and risk ordering one off eBay from China. But yeah. So we're just taking the razor blade. I don't know if you guys can tell the difference that's happening, but we're just trying to remove a thin layer, getting rid of the scratches and a lot of the oxidization. It just helps us later on. Now, this process is going to be a really long process. Expect to spend like 6 hours working on a part like this in order to try and bring it back. Here's the thing. You can buy a brand new reproduction for about $300 US. That's not cheap, but what's an hour of your time worth? And then you can decide. Now with Project 93, we're trying our best to reuse parts. Obviously the engine cases, we did a fix on those. And we're really gonna try our hardest to fix this tank. So hopefully it all works out. So what we've got is 400 grit. See, it's 400 grit wet sandpaper. And what we're gonna do is dip it in our water, and we're just gonna go over it and try and smooth everything out with our 400 here. And then we're gonna have to keep upping it. So we're gonna go from 400 to 600 to 800, 1,000, 12, 15, 2,000. And hopefully by then, it'll be a nice, perfectly smooth tank. But it's a lot of work, guys. So, but we have a little trick we're gonna try and do in between to help us brighten it all up. So once you're happy with your 400 grit sanding, the next step is going to be to wash all this slurry of stuff off. And I know it still looks yellow and stuff. And hopefully our next step will take care of that. I saw this online. I've never done it yet. So I figured we better try it together and see if it actually works. And if it does, we're all going to be pretty happy if we're working on white plastic. We got our garden hose ready, and we're just going to soak it and rub off all the slurry that's all over this thing. All right, so this stuff, guys, you buy this stuff from a hair salon, and I guess this is what girls use, or guys, I guess, some guys, to bleach their hair blonde. There's different strengths, so 40 is the strongest. So I found a hair salon place that sells it. I went there and said, hey, do you have this stuff? I showed her a picture. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, do you need any of it? I'm like, no, unless you have other stuff that fixes dirt bikes, then yeah, I'll take whatever you have that fixes dirt bikes. And she thought I was a little crazy, but I seen a thing online, and the guy used this stuff, he brushed it all over the tank, and he let it sit for like 3 days, and that tank looked brand new. Now either I'm getting scammed, and I just bought a bunch of hair shit that I don't need, or we're all gonna be like, wow. Anyway, I'm gonna dump that stuff in my little tray, brush it all over this, and we'll see what happens. I don't know if we gotta shake it. It doesn't say anything about stirring it. It just says it's a gel. says don't get it in your face. Well, it looks like a creamy mess. Let's see how it goes. Glog a bunch out in here. I'm sure we're gonna need lots. That's why I bought the big one. And yeah, it's kind of a white paste. Let's start pasting it on. We've got some saran wrap down because the guy wiped it, or had it all wrapped in saran wrap on what I saw online. And he thought it was the UV that caused the transformation to bleach it. But I never seen no UV lights at a hair salon. What you see there is those big things like in the movies, you know what I mean? You see the people sitting under them and they make heat. They're like a hair dryer. So you might be able to speed up the process with a heat gun, but I think we're just gonna let it sit on and see what happens. We're gonna goop it all on. I don't know how much to put on. It's not like the directions tell you how much to put on your fuel tank. Worst it can do is completely wreck this tank. And I guess I'll be the test dummy for the internet. I think the saran wrap was on there just more or less to hold it because it's pretty runny. It doesn't really smell. I thought it would be like a bleach smell, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Well, let's wrap this sucker up and see what happens. So I guess we'll just set this outside in the sun, let it bake. Got a little bit of a hole down here. I don't want it to, may have to put a little more saran wrap on it. We'll set it outside and let it bake in the sun every day for a few days, and then we'll take the crap off and see. In the meantime, we'll work on the rest of the parts. So our next step is going to be trying to get this black paint off of this poor air box, and then trying to clean it back up to make it look new. We've got white paint on there. We got black paint. The black paint surprisingly holds pretty good. I don't know. I wish it wasn't done, but it is, so we got to deal with it. So we're going to be doing a lot of scraping to try and remove a bunch of it. The problem is I haven't found a paint stripper that's safe on plastic, and because this part is kind of irreplaceable, it's they're really hard to find, really hard to get. We're gonna have to spend some time and clean this up. Unless you guys know of a better place to buy replacement white air boxes, leave a link or a comment, let me know. I'd love to know. I haven't been able to find a place. We have spent hours scraping this with a razor blade to try and get it somewhat back to where we can. Really the only spot you're gonna see on the side of the bike are these and this underneath under the fender. And I can't get it perfect. It's got a lot of scratches. Some of this will be covered by frame rails. The mud flap will go here. But we're gonna try and clean it up a little bit more. We're actually gonna use Vim, because Vim will whiten white plastic because it has bleach. We're trying the other thing with the fuel tank, but we're gonna try this on this bike and see how it goes on the breather box. We're gonna just kind of soak it all in like a lot of Vim and just keep on scrubbing. We've let this sit outside wrapped up with this goop on there for about 3 days. So I'm gonna cut it open. I don't think it got a whole lot whiter. We're gonna see, we'll rinse it off. I'm gonna cut it open on the bottom here, because I got so much saran wrap on it. Just kind of It's just kind of a mess, really. Let's see, maybe it worked, I don't know. Looks pretty slimy. Maybe it's, probably shouldn't be touching this stuff with my bare hands. I don't think the hairdressers do. Let's move to the laneway because we kept getting dirt. I don't know, what do you guys think? I still see yellow, but I guess that's to be expected. But not as bad maybe as I thought. Oh, let's compare it to the 96 and see what it looks like. Because the 96 tank's in pretty good shape. All right, so this is Project 93's crappy, beat up, black painted gas tank that we've stripped down. And we just did the hair bleach stuff on it. It's still pretty yellow to my eyes. Like, it looks like, you know, obviously that's a lot whiter than the tank. But if you compare it to the 96 tank, which is in really good shape, it's pretty close. Like, it's pretty good, guys. So when I was a kid growing up, I didn't have any money to go buy new plastic. And, you know, number plates were always white. Your side rear fenders were white. On my 91, it had white plastic all over the darn thing. And it would always get beat up. And in order for me to make my bike keep looking really, really nice, Vim. Now, obviously it didn't look like this when I bought it because the package has changed. But I used to use Vim, a lot of Vim. Mom always had to buy me lots of Vim. But I would scrub my tank with Vim and an abrasive pad of some sort. These are just cheap ones from the dollar store. But we're gonna Vim this tank up and see if we can, because it's like a wet sand almost. And we'll spray it off. Like, this pad is breaking down pretty quick here. But it used to work, so we'll see if it works on Project 93. So what we went ahead and did, guys, is we tried the Vim to clean it up. I think it helped quite a bit. Then we went ahead and we did a 400 wet sand, a 600, a 1000, a 1200, and finished with a 2000. And I think that's probably as good as we're gonna be able to get this old CR tank. Now, if you guys look back in the videos, you can see this tank was rough. It was in some bad shape. We've got it a long way. There's one more step we're gonna do, and we're gonna buff it with like a car buffing pad, a wool pad to try and bring back some of that shine. But I just gotta rig up a jig to kind of hold it a little better. So what we've come up with, guys, is we just had a 2x8 and we jammed an old shirt for a rag in there and pressed our gas tank on, and it's pretty secure. We're gonna take our buffer. Now, we're not using any kind of a compound. That's the key, I guess. So we put it on a really low speed. The lowest speed we have is 800, so we're gonna try that. And we're just gonna work back and forth, nice and even, trying to bring that shine back up. Now, the trick with doing this kind of stuff, guys, is the more time you spend, the better the result. But you gotta be careful not to sit in one spot. Like right here, we've got a little bit of wear in, so we're gonna try and blend that in. But the more time you spend, you know, this isn't a rush job. Project 93 is not a rush job. When you jump into something like this, it's a lot of work. Hours and hours of work. I don't think that's too bad, considering what we started with, guys. I think the plastic's coming a long way. The irreplaceable ones, anyway. Wait till we see them when we get them on the bike. So we've got our breather box fully assembled We've went and got some new bolts, or lock nuts, I should say, and threaded them on, tightened it all down, cleaned up our boot, cleaned up the box. Compared to what we started with, this is a remarkable change. And this is just simply sanding and working away at it and wet sanding it and all that. But one thing I want to talk about, guys, when you're redoing these boxes is this is the neutral color, and this one's made by UFO. UFO has been a big supporter of Project 93, so we're going to use this, and I use these on a lot of my bikes. I buy a lot of UFO products. Their color match is really close, and the fit up of their parts is second to none, basically, other than OEM Honda. But to get the OEM Honda ones, you're looking at 50 or 60 bucks, and let's face it, Project 93 is not a full OEM perfect bike, and some of the parts you just can't get OEM, like the other plastics, the nuclear red. But UFO makes a great product. We're gonna bolt that on. We've got some OEM screws to go on with it, and we're gonna do that and then get this back on the bike. Now, when we removed the old one off Project 93, it actually had like wood screws from somebody's deck trying to hold it on. So hopefully there's enough meat left in the thread, the plastic, that our stock screws will hold it on. That one feels really good. That one's pretty good. I'm gonna leave it at that. Now, we haven't SC1 this. This is just simply buffing it to make it shiny. But what we are gonna SC1 is the black boot, because it is almost impossible to get this shiny and buffed up without some sort of advantage like SC1. So we're gonna spray our SC1 on the inside, not the inside of the boot, but the inside that's gonna be covered, because it's almost impossible to do it when it's on the bike and get a good coating. We're a big fan of SC1 here on the Dirt Bike Repair channel. Now, Tusk, I'm not sponsored by SC1 by any means. I just like it because it's a product that I can get and it's good. Now, Rocky Mountain won't ship their aerosol cans up to Canada. So Rocky Mountain has a product, and where SC1's like 15 bucks a can, Rocky Mountain's like 3 bucks a can or 5 bucks a can. I would love to try it, and if you guys have tried it, let me know. Let me know how that stuff works. I need to figure out a way to get some up here to try it. Anyway, we'll let that sit and then we'll wipe it off. We've got the subframe on the bench. We're just gonna tuck our breather box back in. If I can remember exactly how this goes. Just like that. We're gonna install our UFO nuclear red rear fender and really try and pull Project 93 together to show the progress. I wanna see what it looks like with the white and how it really looks. But man, this UFO stuff, like I've said, I no complaints with this stuff ever. So let's see how it looks. Again, another UFO front plastic. They just look good. I feel like we get these back on the bike, it's really gonna help Project 93. I can't stress it enough, guys. I spent hours, and when I say hours, I'm not joking. Like, I probably have 40 hours of sitting and scraping and sanding and polishing on this plastic to try and get it where we're at now. I'm not 100% satisfied with the fuel tank. I do have a brand new reproduction fuel tank in storage, ready to go if this tank leaked or anything like that. But I'm really trying to use the parts that came with Project 93 in order to show that parts can be saved and restored. I'm probably gonna try another round of that hair goop because I think that it really can pull the color out. But it's a matter of putting it on, wrapping it, and maybe using a heat gun this time rather than leaving it out in the sun. I don't think it got hot enough in the sun. I'm in Canada, it's not as hot as it is in Southern California. I wish it was some days, but it's not. Anyway, guys, like and subscribe on the videos. Leave a comment down below, especially if you guys have any idea how to pull out the stuff that I haven't tried. I would love to know how you're cleaning up your white plastic and restoring it, because I think everybody wants to know. It is the downfall of these 90s CRs, is the white fuel tank. They look great when they're white, but they are tough to get back to white. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, we've got to pull the dents out of this pipe, refinish it, and then completely redo the whole exhaust system. We got a couple neat little things we're gonna try, so let's see. So we've got our FMF Gold Series pipe, and there wasn't a whole lot wrong with the chrome, but we wanted to try something a little different. And hopefully we're not just gonna do those normal heat lines that everybody does to make it look like a works pipe when it's not a works pipe. We're gonna do a pretty neat finish on it, but we've sandblasted it to get rid of all the chrome, and now we have to smooth it back out with sandpaper. But before we go ahead and spend hours smoothing it out, we're gonna end up changing the color of it here when we heat it to pull that dent. So pulling the dents on tanks, you can buy these kits that we've got all bolted on there, and you put a pile of air pressure in it, like 40 to 50 pounds of air. You gotta read the instructions, guys, if you're gonna try this. And then you apply heat, and hopefully that dent will push itself out, keeping an eye on the pressure so we don't exceed it, because basically we're building an air pressure bomb. We're gonna be putting air in it, heating that air up. It's gonna want to expand to push this dent out with the heat, and it's gonna build a lot of pressure. So this is a dangerous thing to be doing. We're gonna start off by putting about 40 pounds in our tank here, and we'll see what we got. It's about 40 right there. And what we're listening for here is see if we're leaking. Got a little bit of a leak up around this front side. So the more pressure builds, we're gonna have to tighten this up a little more. Because as we build pressure, it's not gonna get any better. So we've got our tank of MAP gas. If it'll light. And we're just gonna heat up this area. You can see it sweating out the pipe right now. A lot of it has already came out. And we're peaking about 50 pounds now. We're gonna try and get her a little hotter. Yeah, that dent's completely gone, guys. Now it's a matter of letting it cool down before we start doing anything else. Because the spooge that's inside this tank has just became liquid tar. And if you start releasing the pressure now, it's gonna spray out that liquid exhaust oil and burn you. So let this thing cool down. So our pipe's been cooling for a while. We're still gonna wear gloves, and we're gonna pull out the valve stem just like we would on a tire and release the pressure. You can smell it. Well, I can smell it, but it's just like a burnt oil smell. But you can see all the spooge that gets stuck on everything. Put our valve stem back in. And if your valve stem goes to crap, guys, you can change it with a new valve stem. So basically now our next step is basically going to be to sand. You can do this by hand. We're going to try these Scotch-Brite pads on the die grinder, and we're going to see how they work. We're going to try it in an area that's not really going to show first, in case it takes too much away. No, it actually works pretty good. We're going to go with that. Anyway, we're gonna be spending quite a few hours of buffing this back up. We'll try and do a time lapse, I guess, for you guys. We've got our initial buffing done with the SOS pads on a die grinder, trying to blend it in as best we can. I don't feel any of the sandblasting marks anymore, so it's smoothed out. Now the problem is the swirls. So we're gonna go with like a 400 grit, maybe a 600, maybe a 1000, I'm not sure yet. We're gonna kind of work with it and see how it goes and try and pull all of it more uniform, and that way it doesn't show through the next step when we coat it. So we've got our pipe all sanded. It looks pretty good. So what we're gonna do is take rubbing alcohol, a whole bunch of rubbing alcohol, and we are going to clean the surface. We don't wanna touch it, okay? We wanna get rid of all the fingerprints. Get it all cleaned up. Good rubbing alcohol eats up oil, grease, you know? So we're just gonna wipe the whole pipe down really good, and if our rag gets too dirty, we're just gonna get another paper towel. So we're using paper towel because it's disposable. Get it all cleaned up, because there's a pile of sanding dust on this from us sanding and sanding for hours. And if there's oil on there, the next step is not gonna take like it should. We'll do this a couple times, give it a couple good wipe downs, keep changing our rag, because we wanna try and get in all the little pitting spots. Get on all the weld seams really good. You gotta think, this thing's full of two-stroke oil. So we'll see how this next step goes. So I've never seen this done, and because of YouTube and all the restrictions on certain things, I don't know if I can explain what this is, but I can tell you this is cold bluing, okay? And it makes metal rust, and you will apply it. There's certain words you just can't say on YouTube. So you apply this, and it has other processes. If you look up Brownell's Oxy Blue, there'll be a lot of videos and information on what it's used for and how to apply it. But I'm gonna show you how to apply it. We're gonna open it up, put it in a separate clean container. We've cleaned this container with alcohol as well, so that it doesn't contaminate the bluing. And then we're gonna rub the bluing on and buff it up. And it's gonna change the color of this to like a black. I guess let's see how it goes. We'll shake this stuff up in case it settles. It's never been opened. This is a factory brand new bottle. Has directions. I already know how to use it. If you need to know how to use it, you'll have to read it. I'll have to open this up here though. Get my scissors, put a little hole, and then we're gonna not dip our applicator, because if you get any of the metal content in this stuff, it'll just activate and your whole bottle will be ruined. So we're gonna pour it in a separate container, just a nice little bit. It's like a liquid blue. We're gonna dab it up with our paper towel. You could use a cotton ball or something like that. We're gonna dab it up so we got a bunch on there. And then we're gonna apply it in nice even strokes. And hopefully it works. It isn't doing jack all right now. You can see it on some of it starting to work. So we're gonna go around the whole pipe and try and blue this pipe. And it's starting to work now. You can see it getting a little darker. The reason we're wearing gloves is we don't want our fingertips to touch the metal. And I don't know what the finish is going to be because this pipe has been heated and cooled, had chrome on it. We'll see. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I don't like it. It's different. We'll see. We're just going to keep applying. And then we're going to take a step back here. Use the steel wool and kind of buff it. And try and even it out. It's really bringing a lot of weird blue colors. And this stuff should be good for the heat because they use it on things that get really hot. I'm sure you guys can figure it out what I'm talking about. But I know if I say certain things, I get flagged and then you guys don't get to see it. I think this pipe might become either love it or hate it kind of thing. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of comments, hopefully. You guys tell me what you think. Once we're done, give me a chance to finish it. What we're doing is just taking another brand new piece of steel wool and trying to give her a good polish. After we've wiped off the excess, just trying to see the finish that we come up with. So while we're letting the pipe darken up before we do another coat, I figure we'll rip this silencer apart because obviously it needs a good cleaning and I guarantee it needs to be packed. You guys want to pause the video and take bets on if there's any packing in it? Go right ahead. I don't expect anything out of Project 93 anymore. So sometimes to get these apart, you have to beat them. Like just hit them and then it'll pop it out. Just like that. We can drive the other side out with some sort of a stick. I'll go ahead and pull out the packing. It's just soaked in oil. So this almost, like depending on how much you guys ride your bike, but if you're riding a two-stroke, this is kind of like a yearly thing. Getting the packing and redoing it. Man. I have to get a steel hammer so I can really hit it. Try this again. Good. Well, it's a lot better than I expected. It's like somebody actually repacked it. Holy smokes. Who would have thought from Project 93? We're still throwing it out. So basically now we've got a pail of some soapy water. We're going to soak the parts in and we're going to basically scrub them up. We've got some Simple Green to help us along the way. Stuff works really good, you know. And we'll be a bit doing this. Then we'll get it back together. So we've got our parts all cleaned up. Got rid of all the silicone that we could and cleaned up the outside on all the mating surfaces. And now we're gonna wrap it with a two-stroke muffler packing kit. This one's an FMF kit. It doesn't matter what brand you buy, as far as I've ever noticed. And I just basically wrap your exhaust, your silencer, nice and tight on there. Just like that. And then I stuff it down in. And these two-stroke kits are pretty good. Like they're pretty loose. You're able to get them pretty good. Now the key is, look at the hole pattern. 2 holes up top, 1 on the bottom. So make sure you put your pipe in the right way. Now some instructions tell you to put the end cap on first, some tell you to put this end on first. I like to get it together, and then I deal with pulling it back out a little bit and putting a little silicone on. I want to see how much packing I have and how much of a pain in the butt it's going to be to get this lined up with this cap. If you have a really small silencer or it's hard to pack, you can put painter's tape around the insulation. I've done it lots of times. Doesn't affect anything, works pretty good. All right, just like that. We're going to apply a little bit of silicone on there now. Our silicone we've used 100 times before. We never use a lot of it. We just put a little bit on a popsicle stick. And it's just gasket maker silicone, the black. I've used the orange before, but the black just looks nicer. So now we'll install the rear. We'll just put a little bit more silicone around, just a little bit, around that seam line. There's 3 screws that hold it. The pressure's going that way. You don't need gobs and gobs of it. You just have to clean it off after anyway. And we'll press our end in. And get it lined up with the holes. And then screw it back together. Now it's just a matter of putting in some labor. We're going to put on some AutoSol. Get out our AutoSol steel wool and start buffing it in. We're going to try and apply another coat of the bluing to the pipe here and see if it darkens up any. We've went ahead and buffed it with the steel wool to kind of give it a little bit more to take in. I'm just trying to look for any dry spots or spots that are soaking it up faster than another. I'm just kind of wiping it over, even coats, to try and get a little bit more of a darker finish. Really getting into the weld seams. If you have to use a Q-tip, you may have to use a Q-tip if you have a little divot. And get right down in there. I think the pipe turned out pretty good. We're going to get it on the bike, but we went ahead and sprayed some WD-40 on it, and then we used our ultra fine steel wool and just went over it and gave it a polish all over to give it that shine. We're going to go ahead and install the gaskets and the seals and get it mounted on the bike so we can get a real idea of what it looks like. Well, the pipe and silencer are done on Project 93, and I think it looks really good. It's different. It's not the same heat lines on the welds to make it look like a works pipe when it's not. It's something different. We removed the chrome because the chrome was kind of pitted and didn't look too good on this pipe, and we applied the bluing. Now, it's simple maintenance. WD-40, spray it on there, wipe it around, prevent it from rusting, just like you would anything else that has bluing on it. And yeah, I really like the look. But let me know what you guys think. Leave a comment down below. Let's see, do you love it? Do you hate it? Should I have tried something else? Have you guys seen other ways to do pipes other than the heat lines? I've never seen anybody else doing the bluing, but maybe I just didn't see it. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, I've got no time to waste. I've got to peel the rubber off the rims, straighten that rear rim, get it all cleaned up, get new rubber back on it, change the wheel bearings. Then I've also got to rebuild these calipers and try and get it all back on this bike. Let's see how far we get. when it comes to rebuilding calipers, it's really simple. You just buy the simple rebuild kit for your bike, front or rear caliper, and they're cheap, you know, 15, 20 bucks, I'm not even sure, but it doesn't matter. When you're doing a rebuild on a caliper, you gotta have the kit. There's no sense buying one seal when the kit's so affordable. So anyway, the first thing to really look at is after you've cleaned it all up, make sure there's no dirt down inside. Make sure that you've chased all your threads prior so everything goes together smooth. So we're gonna quickly chase the threads with just a tap or a thread chaser if you have one. And then we're gonna blow it out with some compressed air, making sure we get all the grime out from us sandblasting. We don't want any sand in there. So I'm just scraping in here because even though I sandblasted it and it's super clean, there's still gonna be gunk in where the seal needs to go. So I'm just using just a single pick or an awl. If your dad's got an awl, don't let him see you stealing it and wrecking it, doing it this way, but hey, they work pretty good. But if you got a pick, get in there with a pick, get that gunk and grime out of where your seals need to go. There's two little recesses on this rear, so we're gonna dig into it and get it cleaned up. Just take your compressed air, guys, and blow it out real good. Now, if you got sand and stuff in there, put some safety glasses on. It's not worth getting a piece at 100 miles an hour into your eye. You guys know I'm a big supporter of grease. Like, I like using lots of grease on my seals, if you've been watching, following along. One thing you can't use grease on is the inside of this caliper. These seals, do not put grease on them. The bigger seal here, we're gonna dip our finger in some brake fluid, and this is just our normal .4 brake fluid that we would use in the bike. Whatever .4 you got. The bike needs .4, don't use .3. And we're just gonna put that seal in. Obviously it looks really big, but the seal is really manipulable. You're easily able to get it in there. And I just kinda, of course, trying to show it on camera. I just kind of pop it in. And you don't want to twist it. You just want to put it in the groove. Run your finger around and get it down in there. If it's twisted, that's no good. You gotta have it good and flat. Ours is twisted, of course. Don't rip your seal doing what I'm doing. There we go. And I just want to wipe brake fluid in there on that seal, lubing it up. We'll put our front one in. Same thing, goes in the front groove. It's a lot smaller of a seal on this caliper. Your caliper might be different. But a lot of guys have done brakes before, changed their pads, no problem. But they probably haven't rebuilt the whole caliper. So, trying to get that in there again. You don't want to curl it. And the front seal on this bike has a little double groove to like catch. So don't rip it. That's the key. Just getting it in. Perfect, just like that. Dab some more brake fluid. Get the seal good and lubed up. Then we have to put in the piston. The piston goes in with the hollow side out. The hollow side pushes against your brake pad, and this side, the fluid pushes up against. So I'm sure you can imagine if it was like that, it would have to fill the whole void with fluid in order to get it to move. You'd be bleeding your brakes for months. But this way, you save yourself a lot of brake fluid. It doesn't need to be bled for months. And it just, you gotta push it in. So I'm gonna start it by hand, just getting it going. Then I'm gonna use a little clamp. And if I can get it in far enough, we'll use an old brake pad to help push it back in. All right, so we got a big washer we're gonna stick on there. Then we're gonna use our little C-clamp vise. Open her up. Get it on top of the washer. And on the back of the flat of the piston there that we're gonna push in. And we're just gonna clamp it down. Start pushing it in, and it'll start going. And we're gonna reposition our clamp a little better. Hopefully you guys can see. If it's binding up, push it in a different spot because you're not straight. Because once they go really smooth. There we go. Push it all the way in, just like that. Now we'll get the rest of the parts cleaned up and reinstalled. So I've just had the parts soak in some simple green to help me break down the grime and the grease that's on them. But I'll go ahead and wire brush the threads and just using a Scotch-Brite pad and some simple green that's pretty cruddy looking because of the grime that's on all the parts from never being cleaned properly or taken care of. I don't think this caliper's ever been apart. So whether it's your front or rear, the hanger that holds it will have spots where you have to put your parts back in. We're going to go ahead and snug all them back in where they need to go. And we're going to reinstall the brand new seal rubbers. It's going to go up into here. Now this is a place I do like to use grease. So we'll get our normal good old waterproof grease out. And we're going to take a finger full of it. And I'm going to jam a bunch down in that hole. And it's going to make a mess, but that's one spot I like to use some grease. And then I take the rubber, and hopefully we can hold on to it, and we shove it into the hole properly. Just like that. And now there's lots of grease in there, so when this from the other part goes in, it's not just running in there dry. The caliper itself has a spot where it needs a slide as well. So there's another slide. And I like to put some grease on the inside of it, but I also like to put a little bit on the outside so it helps me get it through the hole. Because you got to jam this thing through the hole. Now you don't jam the fat end, you jam the open end. But I like to jam some grease down in there. Put it on this shaft here too. You can push it on. It'll help put the grease in. A little bit of grease around it. And which way does it go? This way? I think it goes this way. It's been a while. Nothing's worse than when you go to change your brakes and you've ripped one of your boots. So even though you might not be, if you plan on keeping a bike, it's good to keep a rebuild kit on hand. They're cheap, like I said, it's kind of a stocked part. We'll jam the clip in. The clip goes in like that to clear the pin. I think you guys can see okay, yeah. And then this pin will come across with the new brake pads to help hold it. All right, so we've got everything reinstalled back in the caliper. We've torqued down the slide. We've got lots of grease inside each one of the slide housings. So basically, it's time to kind of put our caliper back together. So we take our caliper and we take our slide, and there's only one way they can fit. You want to push them and get these to seat and lock onto the slide pin. Then, since you have your clip in, the front clip and the rear clip, you just put your pads in. Obviously I like to put the inside pad first, then the outside pad. The little clip actually has a lock in the middle, like a little tab, so it won't allow the pads to slide past, so you have to put them in. Oh, I'm putting this in the wrong way. Jesus, what am I doing? This goes in from this side. Get your pads lined up in this little pin. You tighten it down. Thread it all the way through. What's left in our rebuild kit is a little bleeder cover. We'll put it on so we don't lose it, even though we're going to have to bleed the brakes obviously when we fill them. And then 2 new washers for the banjo bolt. So the banjo bolt, I'm sure you guys would know from taking it apart, but one washer goes on top, then you have the part that sends the fluid, and the other washer goes on the bottom. We're going to shove both on right away now and just thread the banjo bolt in by hand so we can install it and then deal with putting the line on. Got her as far as we can by hand. It's just catching a bit. We're just gonna, it's a 12 mil. Now we can just take and simply slide it in the rail that holds it, built to the swing arm here. And it's just waiting for the rim and axle. I'm a huge fan of a blind bearing puller kit to pull wheel bearings. It just works really, really well. So you take your blind bearing puller, you basically install it, and then start tightening it up. Then it tightens to the inside of the bearing. You install the slide hammer, and hopefully the last guy put enough grease on it that it'll come popping out. Sometimes it don't. There we go. There we go. All right, so now that we've got the wheel bearings out, the front tire will fit on the stand. First thing we're gonna do is pull the valve stem, the core, so that we can let the air out of the tire. Oh, it's full of goop. Somebody gooped this tire. They had a hole in it. Of course they did. And we'll pull off the nut. So that the valve stem can move freely so we can get the old tube out along with this tire. And come around and loosen the wheel lock, the rim lock. We don't want to take it all the way out, we just want to get it to the edge. So if you guys can see, I've just taken it all the way to the edge, and then I use my wrench and push it in just to get it up out of the way. It might be springy on your bike, it might not be seized up like this one. And then I'm going to try and see what I can do with the bead here. Sometimes you can get lucky and just push it off by hand like I'm doing there. But sometimes you have to pry it off with your spoons. What I'll also do is I just use Windex and I'll lube up the bead to help me pull it off. When we install it, we've switched from using Windex to an actual tire paste, and it's a night and day difference actually. I didn't think it would be, but it is. Buy yourself some tire paste when you're doing installs. And these are the Motion Pro spoons, guys. These are the ones I like to use. I find it makes the job a lot easier. I don't damage the rims or the tires putting them on. Flip it over and then pry it off the other way. I want to get this tire letting us push it off of the, I'm going to do the tube and all because I don't want this tube. If you're planning on saving your tube, you would want to pull it out, or you can push it off, whatever you want. But I just shove my tool in there like that, get under, and then just pry it off, and then I start pushing by hand. Sometimes you need two. Smaller tire you will. All right, we'll just get her in there, push it. And just keep pushing, and you can push the tire right off the rim. Take our spoons out, just like that. Tire's off. If you've seen my other videos, I really don't like doing tires. They're a pain in the butt. And an 18-inch tire is just that much worse than a 19-inch tire. So these 93s, they had 18s. So we get to fight with this one. I'm not gonna make you guys watch the whole fight. We've got this apron now though. We got an apron, kind of cool, dirt bike repair apron. We'll see. Hopefully it keeps my shirts clean because I wreck a lot of shirts. Anyway, we're gonna blacksmith this rear rim because it's got one hell of a dent in it. So we're gonna try and work it back just by working the metal. We're not gonna try and use heat if we don't have to, but we're gonna try and get this to bend down. I haven't loosened the spokes or anything. I'm just gonna try and work it back to where it should be. And I'm using a piece of a railway beam, like the track, to try and help hold it with some more force. We'll see how far we get here, see if we can get anything to happen. Guys, as we were beating the hell out of this rim, trying to get it straight, we noticed here, let me zoom in for you, right here, there's a crack. I didn't see it on the bike because the rim is so scratched up. It's 93, it's Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike. It's definitely Canada's worst dirt bike. Not one part has been good so far. So in Project 93 fashion, we need to get a new 18-inch rim. We have one, a good used rim, but we don't have any spokes. And these spokes are, I don't know if they're gonna come out okay. We'll see. We've ordered spokes, so we're gonna have to wait on the rear until the spokes come in. Since we're gonna be waiting on the rear, we might as well focus on the front. We'll get our rubber off, our spoke protecting rubber, and we're gonna get this rim cleaned up really good, get the hub cleaned up, and hopefully get a tire mounted on it here pretty quickly. So we've moved to the backyard because we're gonna wire wheel all the crud off this old rim. And doing it in the shop really gets the wire shavings everywhere. If you don't have a rubber band, or you can't get one, or you need to get your tire done, or whatever, I use Gorilla Tape, duct tape. Some guys use, some guys complain that it's hard to get off, but I've never had a problem. I switch it when I change my tires if that's what I've used. I do like the rubber bands. They just seem hard for me to get. I don't know why. They can't ship over the States or something. I'm not even sure, because every time I try and order them, there's like a chemical warning, and maybe something that they use to make them. They can't ship it to Canada. Maybe you have to have a special like dealer's number or something. I don't know. Anyway, I have a hell of a time trying to get them. So we use tape. I'm sure you can get them. I just don't know where to get them. Next step, guys, lots of baby powder in the tube. Just cheap, no-name baby powder. Then we just swirl it around, get it all over inside the tube to help lubricate the rim, or the, all inside the tire to help lubricate the tube. Then we install the rim lock back onto the tire, and we just want a few threads, just enough that it's not gonna fall out on us. That way we've got lots to play with. We're gonna take our tire, throw it up top. We're gonna look for a direction on the tire. Sometimes tires are directional. I know these ones aren't, because we're using a Dunlop 952 tire. It's basically an upgrade from the 752, which was an awesome tire in the year, like 93. When it comes to your tire, it's gonna have a mark, and that yellow mark is where you want to put the valve stem. That's what that mark's for. And I put a little bit of air in the tube so it can go into the tire. Sometimes it goes in a little easier if it's got some air. It holds shape. All right, guys, so the next step's going to be installing the new bearings. We've placed our bearings in the freezer overnight. They're plenty good and cold. What we're gonna do is take some of our handy dandy waterproof grease, get a bunch down in there, around there, but we also want to get some down in a little deeper to help hold up the shaft once the shaft goes in. It's going to push a lot of it out, but it's okay. We'll go ahead and put some on the bearing. The bearing's the same size on both sides. The next step, probably should have done this first, but we need to get our driver. I have a seal driver kit, and it's all in millimeters, so you just kind of course my hand's greasy now. That's the one. Just like that. We can place that on there. Then we can drive the bearing in. Once you press this seal in, it will make a seal against the metal, just like that. So now, the most important step, when we flip this over, first thing we're gonna do, put more grease in the hole. And then there's the spacer has got to go in, just like that. There's no other way to get grease around that spacer bar. So before we can throw our front tire on, you have to mount your fork guards. And we've got these UFO ones. They're the nuclear red. They look really good. UFO does a good job with their plastics, guys, among other things. They have a whole bunch of products, and we're gonna be using a bunch of them on this bike. But if you're looking for fork guards that are the red, that are the bright, like red, the 90s red, they have your fork guards. Anyway, we're gonna get those on because you can't get at the one bolt with the tire on. It's impossible. So now we'll simply install the front tire. We're gonna slide it into between the forks and just basically lift up. We've got our axle here. We're gonna put some grease on it and get it ready to go through the brand new bearings and everything. Now there's lots of grease in there, but we'll put a little bit more on just to make sure. So these axle pinch bolts are only like 14 pounds. So we're gonna snug them up for right now. And then we're gonna tighten our axle, torque it to 64 foot-pounds. And then we'll come back and check our pinch bolts. When you're doing your pinch bolts, guys, do both sides and come back and do them again. So now that we've got the front tire on, we're gonna adjust our front tube height. And I like to run about 5 mil off of the top of the tube. And I use my verniers to measure down to the triple clamp. And that's a good place to start. So right now we're sitting at almost 8 mil. So I'm gonna shove these down. And by shoving the suspension down in the triple clamp, it rakes the bike out, makes it longer. It's a little harder to turn minutely, but it makes it more stable at high speeds. If you find that the bike isn't turning, you go up in the triple clamp. So you can come up to 7 and 8's not a bad number, but we want to be equal on both sides. And that's up to you, what you like. We're about 8 on both sides. So we're gonna come up a little bit and go from there. 5.1. I think we're good on that side. So then we'll go ahead and snug this side up, then adjust this side. We're also looking at, to make sure the forks are in the right rotation. I want them nice and straight so I can get at that air bleeder screw. So before we go ahead and torque these down, we have them snugged up. But we need to still torque out our steering stem from doing our steering stem bearings. If you guys seen that, I mentioned I didn't torque it and I was gonna torque it. But now that I have everything adjusted properly, I'm gonna torque it. And this is a ridiculous amount of torque. It's because of what you're trying to do here. I don't have any handlebars to hold it. I got no back tire, but I have to hit 110 foot-pounds on this for a 93. 92 is different, but it says from 93 on in the book, it's 110 foot-pounds. So we got our torque wrench, that's like a tire on a car. We got it adjusted and we're gonna pull on it. Right there. There we go. Perfect. So this is a pretty important part, guys, torquing out the suspension pinch bolts. And I have my wrench set at 18 foot-pounds. The problem is you don't just want to torque this one down to 18 and then this one down to 18 and keep going. You have to constantly go back and forth to get it to be accurate, because otherwise, let me jump over here, you're just going to tighten one and loosen the other. So it's kind of a game you have to play, but don't rush this part. It's the whole thing that holds your front tire on the bike, basically. Without it, you're gonna run into some problems. And I'm just doing like little quarter turns or half turns to each bolt until there's a click. There's a click. Another one. See, they're out torquing each other, so there's a good solid click. That one's good. We'll do the same to the bottom. Every time we get a chance to work on Project 93, it starts to look more and more like an actual dirt bike. Now, Project 93 has its hardships every time as well. In this case, it was the rear rim. We tried to straighten it, and then we noticed the cracks. And at that point, you just have to cut your losses. I don't stock 18-inch spokes. I stock some 19s and some 21s, obviously, for normal rear and front tires. But the 18s are kind of a thing of the past. Sorta, some of the new trail bikes are still running 18s. But I don't run into them a lot. So we're waiting on spokes. Once they get here, we'll re-spoke that rear hub into a good used rim. And we'll show you guys how that's done. But anyway, guys, like and subscribe, leave a comment down below. Let me know if there's anything you guys noticed that I didn't do, or you guys have little tricks that you guys do. I love hearing the comments, and I really like when people are getting involved, and I think we're all learning. I'm learning stuff from you guys, and it's great. Sometimes the simple things that I'm doing one way, I think is the way to do it, and somebody mentions something and it's like, that's a really good idea, and I'm gonna try it. Like, I think they're great ideas. Anyways, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Well, our 18-inch spoke kit came in, so it's finally time to do this rear wheel. We get to finally get rid of this broken old rim and get the new one on the hub. So first things first, we're gonna pull the sprocket, we're gonna pull the disc, and then we're gonna worry about cutting the spokes out. So really, the only major thing to note is that there's actually, think of it as there's 4 sets of spokes. There's an outer spoke and an inner spoke on the disc side, and then there's an outer spoke and an inner spoke on the sprocket side. So basically the outer, and hopefully you can see here, the outer, which is the one closest to the outside of the rim, goes on above the inner. The inner runs underneath, so this one obviously it's low. It's known as the inner. And this one is above the inner, closer to the outside, so it's known as the outer. And these are going to be different lengths usually on a rear. On a front, they're going to usually be the same size. You need to check your owner's manual or your book, from your manufacturer book, to tell you what's going on here. But one is long and one is short. Now, when it comes to removing the spokes, ideally you'd be able to remove them. Now, with Project 93 fashion, everything's a piece of junk, so we're gonna use these cheap bolt cutters and just cut through them and then pull them out. We've got our hub all cleaned up. We got our bearings out of the freezer. We like to try and shrink our bearings. It comes with a new collar, so we can get rid of this old crappy one. Get our seals out. All the bearings are the same size. There's two on the one side, obviously, and then the one on the other. So we're just gonna warm this up a little bit. Just warming the aluminum. Take a little bit of grease. The aluminum's warm, but not glowing hot. Take our bearing, place it on there. We have our bearing driver. We're going to drive our bearing down into where it needs to be seated. You can physically hear the change, guys, of when it bottoms out, and that's what we want. Again, a little bit of grease, because the last bearing just took it all away. You can see the bearing's crooked, but we're going to tap it, get it to straighten up. Nice and easy, and then, like, I'm just basically the weight of the hammer. That's all the way down in there. Take our seal for this side, and we'll pack the seal full of grease. Just like that. And we'll press our seal in. Our seal's not fully pressed in, so we're going to tap it. Gentle. You don't want to hammer on your seal because you could damage it. Go to the other side. Again. A little bit of grease. We want to take a bunch more grease. Put it on the shaft. This is the key step. Don't, because we've cleaned this out, there's no grease down in there. Put our thing in there. Lots of grease on our hands now. Touch it up. That bearing's all the way down. We're gonna get rid of our gloves for this next step because we gotta tighten in the collar. Last seal, same thing, we need to put grease in it. Sitting a little high on this side, so I'm just gonna, there we go, perfect. So when it comes to spokes, guys, there's two different lengths. So hopefully you guys can see that. There's a longer one and a shorter one. And the inner is actually the long one. So just so you guys know, when you're lacing up a rear wheel, your inner is the long one. So right here, we've got our inner spoke in. And you can see, like, if I spin this around where it wants to go, like it's gonna show you on itself. Like, it's not gonna go in that one. It's not gonna go over there. It has to go to this one. We're gonna adjust the rim. So, and this hole is on an angle to accept it. So the next step, guys, is gonna be anti-seize. And I hate anti-seize. I love it and I hate it. It's one of those things. You just need a little dab on the threads because it gets everywhere. It's inevitable, that's why I wear the gloves. Oh God, that's a lot. Then we're gonna take our rim and kind of thread on one of our nuts. Just a couple threads. Guys, in Project 93 fashion, I messed up. This rim, it's got too many holes. It needs more spokes. The hub that it must have came off of wasn't the same hub, wasn't a 32 spoke hub. So if you guys are doing rims, make sure you count the spokes in your hub so that it'll fit the rim. Anyway, we had to get a new rim. So we just bought a new Tusk rim. It came in. We're gonna spoke it up and continue on. All right, so we've got all the inner spokes spoked in. They're the long ones. The inner ones are the long ones. Now we're gonna do the outers and tune them in, and we'll get it all spoked up and we'll show you how to tune it. So now that we've got all the spokes in, we've went around and just, because we only hand tighten them, and we're just checking, and we're checking the threads. We want like a couple threads hanging out of each one, and you can feel them, like this one's pretty loose, right? I missed it, so I'm jumping around trying to do it more equal. There's a couple threads, so that's a lot better. This one's, just need a little snug. And I just want to snug it up enough so it's not going to flop around. And then we're going to put it in the truing stand. We've got our tire all mounted up here in the truing stand. And now I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see, but it looks not bad when you spin it, but if you actually see on the indicator, you can see how bad it's out. You can see how bad it actually is. Probably a 1/4 inch of play. So when we find our closest spot, which is probably there, we know the other side is out, so we have to crank the spokes on this side to get it to pull that way. We just need a little bit of minor adjustment. Like I'm talking, when we torque this, it's probably gonna pull it out of straightness more than what it is now. We have a little bit of up and down movement, you can see, and a little bit. But you also have to remember, there's a weld across here, because when they make this, they make it in one piece and then they weld it like across. So that weld spot will dip out. So we've jumped across all over, torquing this up to 30 inch-pounds, and they're all snugged right up. We're just checking them again. This time in just a simple, no pattern, just checking, and they're all perfect. We're gonna check our run out again, just to double check it, and then we're gonna get the tire mounted on this thing. That's not that bad. It's got a little bit of up and down play, but I'm not overly worried about it on the dirt bike. If it was a street bike, maybe I'd be more worried. But 2 millimeters is our tolerance. That's like 3 millimeters is an 1/8 inch. So roughly. And that's roughly what we're at. We're at about, I don't know, an 1/8, 332 maybe. So we've got our brand new Super Sprocket. I like them. I like the look, and they wear really good. I've used them in the past. You know, there's something to be said about using a Renthal one, but they wear out quick because they're pure aluminum. This is a steel sprocket. So we're going to put our bolts in. We got brand new bolts. We get them all dropped in, and all brand new hardware for it. Just double checking them all. Making sure they're at spec. So we're going to go ahead and install the front sprocket. So when we're talking about the front sprocket, guys, we're running a 13 tooth front, and this is how it goes on the bike. This is away from the motor, this side against the motor. So you can see the cup side goes against the motor, the side with the writing and the raised part goes on the outside. We're going to slide it on the splines as soon as we can line it up, just like that. Then there's a washer. Great big washer. Now this washer isn't flat. This washer is actually domed. So it's domed like this, so that the concave side goes against the bike. So when you crush it, it puts pressure against the bolt. The bolt's torqued as well, but it puts pressure against it so it doesn't have a chance to come out. So we've got this cool sprocket tool. I don't know if you guys have seen it on the other videos. It's made by sprocketstuff.com, and you can set it for a 14, a 13, or a 15 tooth sprocket, and according with the numbers on the bottom. And then you can slide it over top of your swing arm and mount it into your sprocket. There's this, just gotta drop in just right. And it'll hold your sprocket in place while you torque it down. Ours is caught on the, there we go, just like that. And then you can turn your sprocket and it forces the sprocket against the stops and uses the swing arm to hold it. So you can hit your proper torque setting with your torque wrench. We're gonna go ahead and install the rear tire. We've got our spacers in. We're just gonna put a little grease on the axle. It's getting late here. I've just been messing around today. Had a bunch of stuff to do. We're gonna go ahead and size up our brand new DID chain. I personally just buy the DID non-O-ring chains for my motocross bikes. They hold up really good. They're affordable, and I'd rather have a non-O-ring chain than an O-ring chain for the pure fact of they're more affordable, so you can change it more often if you need to. I'm just gonna mark with the Sharpie which ones I want to cut off so I can put my master link in. Simply slide our master in, put our clip on, and we'll just simply slide our clip on with our special pliers. They do work pretty good. These, if I can get a hold of this stupid thing. Just like that. Well guys, Project 93 finally has its rear tire. A few hiccups along the way, and they're mostly on me. I didn't check the stock rim good enough to notice the crack until later on. And with this bike, I should have assumed it was more than a dent. The second problem was I thought I found a good 18-inch rim. And then I didn't count the number of spokes. The first rule of thumb is make sure the part you're getting fits the bike you're gonna put it on. And I didn't do that. That's on me. I went to go lace it up and I was like, what is going on here? Oh no, I screwed up. But we got a new rim. We got it all mounted. We got it trued up. And what I'm curious about is if you guys are truing rims, how do you do it? Do you have a different technique, or do you do it the same way I do? That's the way I know how to do it. But if you guys do something different, maybe it works out easier. Let's talk about that. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, we've got to deal with these bent up radiators. It's got a little bit of a twist, you can see over the length of it, and obviously these big crushes from being laid down. But we're gonna try and straighten it, and hopefully it doesn't start leaking. So when it comes to the radiators, guys, the first thing I want to deal with is that twist, because it's actually probably the easiest thing to deal with. I like to just put it in a vise or hold it somehow, and you can actually twist them pretty straight by hand. Normally I would run some jaws in here if I have to, but I don't need to hold it that tight. And I'm just gonna look straight down the radiator, and I can see it's bent like this. The top is in, so I'm gonna put my hands on it, and I'm just gonna, oh, my vise isn't tight enough. Vise has gotta be tight, that's kind of the key. And then I'm gonna just give it a tweak. And I actually went too far. So we're gonna tweak it back. These aluminum radiators, they tweak pretty easily. That's why they get bent when the guys lay their bikes over. Nothing too crazy usually though. That one's real good now. Real straight. I can see in line with this edge to that edge and this edge to that edge. It looks really good. So now it's a matter of dealing with the twist. So then, when it comes to dealing with these twists, or indents, let's say, rather than a twist, it's really a matter of forcing it back out. And we've got a nice lip here. We're gonna rest the radiator flat. You can see that it, I don't know if you can see, but it has about a 1/2 inch of gap here to the board when I'm underneath. So what we're gonna do is put another block of wood on a block of wood. We're not gonna use the steel hammer if we don't have to. We're gonna use the dead blow. And we're just gonna drive it down, trying to force that bend out of it. Look at that, already 3 hits, and she's pretty much coming straight. We're gonna work our way along it, trying to remove more of it. Even better, now we got a smaller piece of wood. Not bad. We're gonna go to the other side. Problem is, I'm not telling anybody not to buy new radiators, but these radiators are hard to find, and they can be really expensive. Now I've bought like 15, 16 different radiators off eBay, trying to find ones that work, and not one of them actually fit. So I've given up on trying to buy radiators off eBay. I think you'd be better off taking this to a local shop and having them recore it if you can have that in your area. Not bad, still a bow there. I'd like to get more of that out, but we're gonna work on the other side and see what we can do. So this, we got lucky. We got this little piece of wood now, it works. I can see up here it's a little high. She's definitely coming back out. You know, there was a big dent. Push this one out a little more. It's not that bad. Definitely better than what we started with. Yeah, not too bad. Still a little cockeyed. So when I mean cockeyed is you can see that this rad is kind of this way. We're gonna put it back in the vise and give it a push. You could do it here if you could hold it properly and drive this side down, but we're gonna do it in the vise. So as you guys can see, this side is a little too far over that way. We have it in our vise. We're gonna put our hand on here, because remember, this is just aluminum. And if we can hold it tight enough without damaging it, we may have to hit it and like hold it here and tap here just to get it to shimmy over. But we're gonna be able to get this straight. Better. It's not bad. Not too bad at all. We're gonna take a little bit more out of here. So now that we've got our rad pretty much back to normal, we've got it cleaned up a bit, and we're gonna reinstall the hoses. It's easier to reinstall the hoses on one piece and then try and put it back together on the bike. We've got the system all filled up. We're gonna let it sit and see if there's any leaks. Guys, we're gonna go ahead and install our twin air filter. But before we just install a brand new filter, you gotta lube it up with foam filter oil. So we get it out of the bag. Perfect brand new filter. But like I said, we're gonna work the oil into it over top of the garbage can because it's gonna drip and make a mess. Wear the gloves because foam filter oil, that's sticky stuff. Just use a good quality filter oil. And I like to just glue her on pretty good. It soaks it up instantly. We're gonna have to work it in. And as we work it in, it'll soak itself out, like you'll see. We don't wanna wring it because you'll end up ripping your filter, especially if you have a foam filter like this. So you just wanna push it around and get it in there. So now it's a matter of installing the cage. And we've still got our gloves on, we're all oiled up. We're gonna put the cage inside. And you can see on this bike, there's a dowel, and the dowel has to line up with the hole. So it's pretty straightforward. But the cage gives it shape so that the vacuum pressure of your carburetor doesn't suck your filter into the intake. And there's a spot you push on the cap. Line up your dowel, just like that. And then when you tighten it down, the orange will create a nice seal against the breather box. So we're gonna go ahead and recover our seat. We've already done a lot of the prep work by getting rid of all the old staples. We've installed the things as they were loose with new rivets. So not hard. I don't think I need to show you guys how to drill out a rivet and put a new rivet in. If you guys need that, let me know in the comments. But anyway, the first step here is to get a good glue. So this is a multi-purpose adhesive. Make sure you get one that's safe on foam. We're just using the 3M Super 77. It works really good. So that's what we're gonna use. And we're gonna apply a real liberal amount to the bottom of the foam and to the seat, let it tack up, and then install the foam on the old frame. We're just gonna let that tack up over here, a little more. And then we're gonna let that set up as well. So our glue's tacked up for a few minutes. It doesn't take too long. And what I like to do is actually do it upside down. So I like to make sure my nose piece goes in okay. I want the foam to be longer than the plastic. We're just gonna press it in. And this foam is a reproduction foam from Throttle Jockey. They sell them. They're not cheap, but Project 93 was a ripped, beat up piece of crap. So we needed to get a new foam. We're just gonna press that in real good, just like that. We're pretty much ready to start covering right away. So we've got a seat cover from Throttle Jockey. They just work good. I like the Throttle Jockey seat covers. There's lots of good companies out there that make all sorts of seat covers that I'm sure will have a look that you're going for on all sorts of different bikes. But for the older Hondas, they come with instructions too, telling you how to do it. We don't really need that. But we've got a nice sewn front piece. They're just a nice bright seat cover. And the key with doing seats, guys, is taking your time. Don't rush. We want that Honda logo to sit nice and center. We want the other Honda logos to sit straight. We don't want them looking bent. So it does take some time to get these seat covers on there. And we're gonna be messing with it for a bit because I want to get it looking proper before we start throwing staples in. And I'm okay with throwing a staple in and having to pull it back out. Don't trim your seat till you're absolutely done. You can use a hand stapler. I have a pneumatic one. It just makes my life easier. really want that Honda logo centered. So I'm just kind of eyeballing it, using my hand to roughly see what it's going to look like. It looks like right about there is where it needs to be. And when I install the staples, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to put them as close to the edge as I can when I'm starting, and then work my way back once I've got the stretch. I don't want holes here and then have to let it out, and maybe the hole will show. So you want it as far in as you can. There's always readjusting with these seats, all kinds of it. Lots of test fitting, guys. Looks like we're gonna have to try and pull some more of this material this way. Obviously the plastics are just kind of on there to give us a better feel of how it's gonna fix up. It's not horrible. Don't like this gap, but I don't think there's much I can do about it. The way the part mounts is just the way it is.
I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly.
So what we're struggling with, guys, is this gap. And I'm gonna show you. What I don't like about the gap is these are not correct. These screws, they're the ones that were in it. So we're gonna order the proper hold downs from Honda. I think we can still get them. And we'll see how the seat ends up fitting once they come in. Well, guys, Project 93 fashion, we've always hit a snag every video so far. We don't want to stop that tradition, obviously. But we're gonna get the right hold downs and get this seat properly on the bike, and then we can blend it in and make it look really good so we don't end up with big wrinkles or anything like that. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment, like and subscribe on the videos. Let me know if there's any way you guys do rads differently, because buying used radiators is a nightmare, okay? Buying new radiators is even a bigger nightmare. I've tried numerous times to order stuff off eBay. eBay is not your friend when it comes to radiators. I've had no luck. If you guys know good places to get OEM replica radiators, let me know in the comments below. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. In this video, guys, Project 93 is getting a brand new set of handlebars and all the hand controls to go along with it. So first step for us, guys, is we're gonna get rid of this old, well, not old, this brand new Renthal pad. We're not gonna run the black and red pad on Project 93. We're gonna put a vintage pad on it. I don't know what color yet. If we're gonna use a red pad, a vintage black pad, like the fabric pads is what I'm talking about. They're nicer than the shiny one to really kind of go with the era. So if you guys remember from the other videos, Project 93 didn't have 7/8 bars. It had the risers and the handlebars were way up, and it had the 1.1" bars. So we had to order brand new OEM Honda hold downs. So we're gonna use those, obviously. Get our bolts in. Just gonna set this up loose for right now. And then we can start snugging them up. Now, you guys can run your handlebars however you like. Well, I like to run mine very in line as far as the bar to this, to the fork tubes. And then the spacing just needs to, you can see it here, you can take a measurement from different points. But the Renthal bars have little nicks on them, so you can just kind of measure the nicks, and we're about a 32nd off of the neck. I'll try and show you guys a little better once we get these snugged down. When I'm talking about spacing and these little nicks, is these little nicks, they're all numbered 0, 1 to 5, and you can make marks or have a mark in the center or wherever you want, or you can take a look. So we have about a 32nd on this edge is what I'm talking about. And on this edge, I have the same. So I like the way the handlebars look right now. It's just a personal thing. The next guy who buys the bike or whatever, he might like them different. Well, he's free to change them. So we're gonna go ahead and snug these down. And what we're trying to watch for is to make sure the gap in the front here stays the same on all four sides. And you might have to snug this, and then once we have that gap, we'll put the torque setting on it and double check the torque setting to make sure these are torqued properly. Last thing you want is to land on a jump or go through some whoops and have your handlebars roll forward or roll back. So we're gonna end up using these awesome UFO lock-on grips. And lock-on grips are kind of the way to go now, guys. There's no more glue. You simply slide them on, tighten them up in the position you like, and it's that simple. What's nice about them is that when you're dealing with your throttle side, we're gonna clean up this whole assembly, give it a new paint job because it's got some nicks and stuff, and we can paint that black and have it really looking good. And then the throttle tube that comes with the stock one, like your replacement throttle tube, well, it's built in to your lock-on grips. Your grip's already glued on, it's already assembled. And this is obviously a Honda setup, but maybe you need a KTM setup or a whatever, it doesn't matter. All the parts are here, they come in the kit, and you simply swap out the one you want, and then it matches perfect, and then they just slide right in and work great. So another great thing here is I always wanted a set of these as a kid. I never got a set, but a set of UFO brush guards. They just protect your hands. It's kind of like, you know, the Travis Pastrana thing. Project 93 is getting some brush guards on it, nice black ones. They're gonna go good with the build. We're gonna try them, we're gonna run them, we're gonna see how we like them. We've got the good ones. UFO makes a ton of different ones of these guys, and they're really easy to install. All you have to do is take your grip and drill out the end, and it comes with all the hardware. And then when you install these, they don't hit the grip. They hit the bar. They spread open inside your bar. And this system's really simple. As you tighten it, this pulls in on a bit of an angle, and then it hits one on one side of the bar, one on the other, and it's good and tight, and it won't fall out. So we're gonna go ahead and drill out the end of our grips so we can have these installed on Project 93. I think it's really gonna be pretty cool for the build. These grips are super strong. I'm afraid to also push that straight into my hand. So I'm gonna get my soft jaws to help hold it in the vise here. Super thick, which is nice. And we'll simply clean up the end. It's really important, especially on the throttle tube side, to get it really clean. We don't want any pieces of rubber that could potentially get caught and cause our throttle to stick. So just take your time, guys. We're gonna also get a file and just make sure that we're all the way out to the specific size that it requires. So we've gone ahead and got the grip all cleaned up. It's really smooth, there's no burrs, and we've cleaned up the whole throttle assembly for the grip so that we can install everything and get it all back together. One thing I like to do, guys, is the cable lube. You lube your cables, and then while I assemble it, I like to make sure there's a little bit of lube so when this drops in, that it's not just, you know, grinding there on a dry setup. Just put a little bit of cable lube down in here. It's gonna get cable lube in it anyway because of the way the thing works. The cable will drop extra lube down in. You could use a little bit of grease. I find though the grease ends up really pulling in a lot of dirt, like that dirt, if it's not fully sealed, dirt can get stuck in the grease and really cause more problems than good. But I would use grease before I didn't use anything. We're just gonna assemble it loose so that when we go to put it on the bike, we can adjust where it needs to be. If you go too far, the problem is you can see here the end of the tube, the grip it's really grippy, like the tube is biting it. You need to have it off the end so that it's super loose. Lots of play there, really good. And a little pair of needle nose that I'm going to use to help me install the cable, because it can be a little tricky to get it to bend right and get it to cooperate. So
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Wasn't me.
just checking to make sure the throttle still works. We don't want any bind up when we tighten this down. Just snug for now so we can get it fully adjusted. We've debated long and hard whether to go with the retro flat style plate or a 95, 96 plate in kind of red. I think we're gonna go with the retro plate. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. We can always switch it up, but I think the retro plates, the white retro plate, is really gonna help Project 93 come together. Great number plates, you know, UFO plastics. We can't say it enough. UFO makes some really great products, guys. And color match wise, I see people complain all the time. What? I can't find the right color match. Well, if you just buy the UFO kit, the color match is right. So with Project 93, we've gone ahead, and we're not using the normal Renthal bar pad that came with these pads, or these bars, sorry. We went and ordered a retro bar pad, the cloth style. You know, I thought it was fitting for the bike, so we'll go ahead and install that and see how it looks. Now I've got all sorts of colors of these bar pads in stock, but I think the white one would be too much white up here. Plus they're really hard to keep clean. But I think this black and red one is really gonna look good on this bike with the handguards and tying it all together. This is what was on Project 93. These are the foot pegs. I don't even think they're the right pegs. There was no spring, just a bolt, no pin. This isn't right. And it's uncomfortable. They're small. They're only about the size of my fingers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to ride on that. But that's how we used to ride bikes. So we ended up ordering IMS Super Stock pegs. Now these ones are not for 93. These are for my 01. 93s are already on. But I'm going to show you guys. We had to order OEM springs, OEM pins, and I had a viewer reach out in the comments and say, hey, I'm basically doing the same bike. I can't get the springs to work. How did you do it? So I'm going to take this one off and then reinstall it and show you guys how the springs go in the IMS peg. All right, so this is where the foot peg mounts on the 93. It's welded to the frame. There's an oval cutout and a little hole indent, or there should be. And on the foot peg itself, it's shaped to go inside on there. And then this plate hits against the frame when you stand on your pegs to not let it bend down. And then the spring keeps it, if it does pop up, it pops right back down. The OEM spring is shaped like this. Try and show you guys. And it's got this little tab and a long bar. So if you look on the IMS peg, there's a hole in mine. So I ended up installing it like so. I put the little tab in the hole. And then I had this long part, the straight part with no hook going straight up. So it's in the hole, it's held in. I don't know how good you guys can see that. And then it's aligned there. So I can take my OEM pin, which is key, and get it back on. So then when I put this in, you can see, I'll try and zoom in, put it on, and this tab is gonna fit in that hole, just like that. Now it takes a lot of effort to crush the spring to get your pin in. And that could be what the issue is if you're having problems, because, you know, things don't always work out. There we go. But then it works perfectly. It's perfectly flat. IMS super stock pegs. They're not sharp, but they give you a good platform. This is not an OEM washer. I'm not paying $3 for a washer. That's ridiculous. And it's not an OEM cotter pin, because a cotter pin's a cotter pin. I won't do it. Maybe I would do it if the bike was like a full restoration and not Project 93, Canada's worst dirt bike. So one more thing I want to talk about, guys, is this is the PJ Carb, a Kean PJ, 38 mil PJ Carb that was on Project 93. And you can see here, the bowl is cracked all the way across. That's why this bike, you know, was broke and messed up. It's got the wrong bolts in it. This carb is garbage. Okay, maybe there's some parts in here, but even the slide is beat up. And I just said, you know what? Screw it. We're not using the old PJ. The PWK 38 mils are a lot better carburetor, and they really wake up these old two-strokes. The Kean PWK 38 mils are expensive. Now I have one on my CR250, my 01, that I ride all the time. I love it. I also have one on my CR500 AF. What this one is it's a knockoff. Okay, this isn't a Kean PWK. It's a PWK 38 mil. And if you look at it close enough, I don't think this was a knockoff. I think that this carb is actually like one that didn't pass quality control. I took it apart and looked in it, and there's like a small little pit in the aluminum casting on the inside, in a place where it doesn't affect the operation of the carb, but I think it's not up to Kean standards. So they basically say, no, get rid of it. And I bought this sucker for $40 Canadian. I've used a couple of them on different bikes, and they work really good. Now, there is ones out there that are complete knockoffs, but I think we got lucky on this one. Now, we'll see when we start the bike up. I don't want to make any promises. If this is garbage, we will get a real carb and throw it on there. But sometimes, guys, if you're willing to take the risk, some of these knockoffs can actually be really good carbs. And for $40, you can't even rebuild one for $40. We're gonna go ahead and remove these Pro Action suspension stickers. It might have, I don't know, I took it apart. I don't know if it had Pro Action suspension. Some of the components have obviously been changed at some point, or somebody just bought stickers. I don't know. But we're gonna peel them off. It's not the look we're going for. So we got the sticker off. Now we're left with the residue. And what I'm using is rubbing alcohol, guys. This glue is horrible. You can use acetone and a Scotch Brite pad here to try and get it off. Now these Pro Action stickers, they're the worst ones. They're just good stickers. So they peel off, the color sticks. You know, you've got to get all this glue off. It's a pain in the butt. We're gonna go ahead and fill up the bottom end with oil. We've got the fill line plug pulled. We're just gonna pour it in until the fill line plug starts dripping out oil. We're just using 1040. It's what the owner's manual calls for. And because it's a fresh motor, guys, it's gonna take more than it normally would, about 100 mil more. I think it's about 850, 800, rather than the normal 700. So still less than a liter. Well, guys, we covered a pile of topics in this video, including the handlebars, the UFO lock-on grips, amazing grips. It's so simple to install, and they come with all the parts for any bike. The UFO handguards, IMS foot pegs. We talked about the new carburetor. We'll see how that goes. The knockoff carburetor, but I think we got really lucky, and I put a few of them on different bikes, and they work really, really good. We also had to deal with those old Pro Action suspension stickers, and those stickers are horrible to get off. If you guys know a better way to remove the glue, the residue, I use rubbing alcohol, I use acetone, and I just scrub away at them. If there's any other tricks out there that you guys know about, leave a comment down below. I'd really like to know, because anything that speeds up that process has got to help. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Well, the parts finally came in for Project 93. We were able to get the new OEM gas tank hold down bolt that allows the seat to clip in properly. Now, in this video, we're going to concentrate on getting the graphics on Project 93 and finally getting this bike started up. So when it comes to putting new graphics, even though we got brand new plastic, and we've said this in other videos, we use rubbing alcohol, okay? 99% pure rubbing alcohol. You can buy it at Walmart, any kind of local pharmacy, something like that. We're gonna soak down our rag or paper towel in rubbing alcohol, and we're gonna give the plastic a really good clean, because OEM, brand new plastic, any plastic, the stuff here from UFO is amazing. The color is great, but they all have oils from the release agents, from the molds and stuff like that, and they do a great job of cleaning them up. But we need to remove any dust or debris, oil from our fingerprints, anything like that from us installing it on all the plastic, so that our graphics will actually stick and we don't have them falling off. So we'll go around the whole bike, give it a whole clean. There's nothing worse than spending all this money on a really nice graphics kit for your bike and having them not stick properly. We've got individual stickers to do the back fender for Project 93. So I like to lay them out and get a rough idea of spacing and stuff like that. So then you can figure out, before you start sticking them down and they don't look right, you can figure out whereabouts you want them. And I like to leave them sitting on there while I stick the first one on.
I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago.
The number one thing I've learned from installing graphics, guys, is don't rush. That is the number one thing. Really take your time, take a good look, make sure it's how you want them to look. And then don't force the graphics on. You want to just put them on, but like I said, don't rush. I'm trying to maintain about a 1/2 inch of gap there. Looks pretty good. And they're your graphics. If you didn't like something, change it, cut it off. You don't like a little color, maybe there's a yellow you don't like, or a red, or something just seems out of place. That's what's nice about graphics, is you're doing your own bike. You're customizing something for you. Take your time and do it the way you want. Now we're gonna go over all these graphics after with a heat gun to try and help bring the glue, smoothing it out and everything like that. That looks pretty good. We're going with a real retro style to the 93 because, well, it's an old bike. Maintain that 1/2 inch gap again. This is very close to what Honda would have had on their bikes in 93. Well, I think the graphics really make Project 93 stand out. Really gives it that retro look that it needed. The UFO plastics, amazing plastics, but the graphics definitely bring the bike to life. Anyway, I guess we should finally start this bike up. And now I've never fired it up before. I have no idea how many kicks it's gonna take me, but I'm gonna swap over the mic so we actually get the sound of the bike and we get rid of the sound off me. And I guess we'll see how it runs. Like I said, I haven't started it yet, guys, so I really hope it fires up and I really hope it runs half decent. But we got a brand new carb I've never used before. So hopefully Project 93 fires right up. We did put some gas in it. We'll see. Ooh. So the importance of heat cycles, guys. This is a brand new fresh motor. If you've been following along with the series, you know that we built the motor and that's the first time it started up from anything. It's never had any fuel in it. We just finally got some fuel, put the oil in, and we fired it up. So we've warmed the bike up to the point where the water pump is fairly warm. The exhaust is obviously warm. Don't go grabbing the exhaust with your bare hand. It's gonna be hot. The bike was running. Anyway, we're gonna do this about 3 times. We're gonna let it cool right down. While that happens, we'll go ahead and clean up the rest of the bike, you know, mess around. But Project 93 fired right up. The carb obviously needs a little bit of adjustment. It won't idle. I wasn't gonna fiddle with it while I'm trying to just break the motor in. You fiddle with that stuff once the heat cycles are done. After the 3rd heat cycle, then we'll adjust the carb so that the bike will idle. I was holding it at idle, obviously, and we'll get it set up so it's snappy and ready to rock. Well, during our last heat cycle, guys, look what we noticed. We had a puddle of antifreeze underneath the bike. And I didn't notice it. I started checking the water pump. I started checking everything. I didn't know what I'd done wrong. But you can see on that C-clamp or that hose clamp right here, you can see it's leaking. So the hose clamp, now I didn't replace the hoses on Project 93. We were trying to save them. I thought they looked pretty good, but obviously this hose is damaged. So we're gonna have to get a new upper hose and clean that up. And then we'll finally get to ride Project 93. Do you guys remember what Project 93 looked like when we first pulled it in the shop? I do, and it didn't look like this. We're 99.9% of the way there. This bike is almost done. That rad hose kind of put a hiccup in things, normal Project 93 fashion. You know, the snags are there, but this is the last one before we finally get to ride this bike. Anyway, guys, like and subscribe on the videos. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think about the graphics, the old school Honda graphics. I like them. I think it's era appropriate for the bike. And the Project 93 deserved to look a little nicer than it did. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys. Stay tuned to the next one where we'll be actually riding this bike and showcasing a before and after of what we've all done. I think it'll be a really cool video. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one.
I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays.
I started this channel to showcase build projects, to show what it would really take to completely restore a bike, to completely bring it back from a state of total disrepair. Basically, the only other option for this bike would be a scrap pile.
And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright.
We looked for a long time to find a bike that would be suitable to be a showpiece of this channel. Canada's worst dirt bike, Project 93.
Each and every day, the past is where it stays. Way back a year ago.
Project 93 didn't start out like this. So let's take a quick look back at where this whole build started. So we just got a 1993 CR250. Now you can tell this bike has been abused. It's seen a lot better days, that's for sure. So we're gonna go over this bike and show you guys what to look for when buying a used dirt bike. This chain's been rode so hard that it actually wore through the guide. Can you see that? I hope you can. That the chain is actually outside of the guide. I could definitely probably take this chain off just by rolling it around. Yeah, there we go. This shifter has been replaced. A bike with this kind of wear in the foot pegs does not have a shifter that is this tight. This shifter, the original shifter is probably broken. The original 3 shifters have probably broken. Would I recommend anybody buy this dirt bike? No, do not. If you show up and the bike looks like this, feels like this, do not take that bike home because you missed 50% of what you were gonna buy. There's stuff I missed, but I didn't care. I didn't spend too much time looking at it. I met the guy on the side of the highway, said, okay, throw it in the truck. Here's your money, let's go. I don't even care if it ran because I wanted to build this bike. I wanted to build a 93. Project 93 definitely had a story to tell, and it had a pile of little hidden secrets along the way. The JB Weld contraption that was on this poor motor, along with a few other things. But we also ran into some struggles along the way too, and we're gonna show you guys some of the bloopers that we came across while filming for Project 93. Hopefully you guys enjoy them. There's a putty all the way from the exhaust port all the way down to the oil drain. They just siliconed everything back together, and that's probably what they did on this seam, the same as what they tried to do here, and it probably leaked. There's obviously some nicks from over the year. I'm not, on this bike, I am not going to fill every rock ding and everything, but we got the major portion of it out, and it's really gonna help this frame of Project 93 here come together. So we'll put some assembly lube down in. We've already put some in the bearing from the other side. Oh, shit. Well, there's one for the blooper reel. Oh, shit. Yep. That just happened. I don't know what I was thinking. It was the little rod. I just touched the little rod, and the rod fell out and started spraying oil all over the wall. So in Project 93 fashion, this bike really doesn't want to come together, guys, but we're gonna make it happen. Yeah. Well, continuing on, we tried a bunch of new techniques with Project 93. We didn't just want to do the same old thing or buy a new gas tank. So we're gonna show you guys a quick look back at what we used and how we did the gas tank. Also along with the pipe, what we did for that and how we achieved this look. You buy this stuff from a hair salon And I guess this is what girls use, or guys, I guess, some guys, to bleach their hair blonde. There's different strengths, so 40 is the strongest. So I found a hair salon place that sells it. I went there and said, hey, do you have this stuff? I showed her a picture. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, do you need any of it? I'm like, no, unless you have other stuff that fixes dirt bikes, then yeah, I'll take whatever you have that fixes dirt bikes. And she thought I was a little crazy, but I seen a thing online, and the guy used this stuff, he brushed it all over the tank, and he let it sit for like 3 days, and that tank looked brand new. Now either I'm getting scammed, and I just bought a bunch of hair shit that I don't need, or we're all gonna be like, wow. Anyway, I'm gonna dump that stuff in my little tray, brush it all over this, and we'll see what happens. So this is Project 93's crappy, beat up, black painted gas tank that we've stripped down. And we just did the hair bleach stuff on it. It's still pretty yellow to my eyes. Like, it looks like, you know, obviously that's a lot whiter than the tank. But if you compare it to the 96 tank, which is in really good shape, it's pretty close. Like, it's pretty good, guys. So I've never seen this done. And because of YouTube and all the restrictions on certain things, I don't know if I can explain what this is, but I can tell you this is cold bluing, okay? And it makes metal rust, and it you will apply it. There's certain words you just can't say on YouTube. So you apply this, and it has other processes. If you look up Brownell's Oxy Blue, there'll be a lot of videos and information on what it's used for and how to apply it. But I'm going to show you how to apply it. Well, after the first startup video, the it's done, it runs, take a look at Project 93 video, and we did the motor break-in process, we ended up splitting the hose, so we were able to get that fixed. And we were able to get out on the weekend and get a little bit of riding footage to show what we can from Project 93. So hopefully you guys like what we got, but here's a little clip.
If I do something, man, I do it. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I gotta I flip the switch, never miss, man.
The Project 93 Canada's Worst Dirt Bike series is finally over. It's been a really fun project. This bike is brand new, front to back, top to bottom, and I'd be really hard to say that this is Canada's worst dirt bike anymore. It's pretty much got a brand new everything. Anyway, for everybody that's been watching, thanks a lot for following along with the build series. If you're new to the channel, you know, hopefully you like the build series and you'll go back and watch it. The transformation that this bike went through from start to finish, it's really hard to believe. And we documented the whole thing. So hopefully you guys like that. For everybody who's watching, leave a comment down below. Let me know if you like this kind of build series, if you guys want to see more riding videos, you guys want to see more what's in my area, like track-wise and stuff like that. We've been thinking about doing a track build series, but I'd just like to thank everybody. Thank UFO. UFO supplied us with products I didn't even know they made, like lock-on grips. The UFO dirt bike stand, it is my favorite stand. I've got 10 or 15 different stands. I don't even use them anymore. The UFO stand comes with me, it folds up. It's just a good, strong stand, and I really like it. Light, easy to carry. But anyway, one thing I want to say is thanks a lot, guys, for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. So for those guys that stuck around this long and watched the whole series, I know it's a pile of footage, and I'm sure it took a few days of watching. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys. If there's any comments or concerns or questions, you know, or let me know what you guys thought about Canada's worst dirt bike, Project 93. Leave a comment down below. Like and subscribe, as always, on the videos. You know, we have to say that. And we'll see you guys in the next one.